Where were you staying at, Zach?
I stayed in an Airbnb.
Okay. What town?
Just Tempe.
Hey, doing Frank?
I'm trying to share screen, but my computer is very upset with me at the moment.
It's got jet lag.
I forced a restart on me, which was fun out of the blue. Let's try this again. We'll start in a moment. I understand that it's 5, but let me just get this up.
Tacos. I want some tacos.
Yeah.
One trip to Tucson, looking at Huevos Rancheros.
Oh, yeah.
Next to be the water.
Reattempting my Zoom connection here.
Go over some more.
No more kidding.
Tables behind you.
I know, it's bad.
Those off. All right. Call the meeting to order. Start with the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, with that, I'll make a motion to approve the March 23rd regular meeting minutes. Second.
Any discussion about the meeting minutes? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I'll follow that with a motion to approve the March 23rd non-public meeting minutes.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, a couple of quick updates. The Select Board will meet on the following dates at 5 p.m. Monday, April 27th, Monday, May 11th, and Tuesday, May 26th. Town offices will be closed on May 25th in observance of Memorial Day, and citizens wishing to be listed on the Select Board's agenda should contact Town Hall before noon the Thursday before the scheduled meeting. All meetings are held here in Town Hall as well as available on Zoom, and the Zoom link is on the town's website. I was also going to say what the date of the capsule opening is. Do you know what that is?
I was just writing that out, and
Just thinking we should cite that.
I can
Yeah.
find it out.
The 16th
Thank you.
Of May.
of May.
So May 16th will be the big time capsule event
It
here.
starts at 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
Don't hold me to the time for sure, but that's what I put in my phone.
Yeah, double check. We should get that. We should make sure that gets listed on the town's website as well, because I noticed it's not there, right? Well, maybe it is there. I'm only seeing
And
April.
it was on the town newsletter this week.
Yeah,
there's a
yeah, it was.
solicitation of items to donate.
Yes.
Maybe it is there. I'm just popping forward to next month to make sure it is. Nope, it's not. So let's make sure we get that on. Okay, nothing else from me, but we have reports from our interim town managers. How do you two want to handle that? Do you want to go?
Go first.
I'll go first.
You go first, and then I'll just give you, we actually did separate reports just because
Oh,
of the
okay.
timing. I just
No, I
gave
think,
it,
honestly, I think that's fine.
just gave it to you. Did you get it?
I have yours.
I have not given you guys a copy of mine yet, but basically I'm just touching base. It's been an interesting week to say the least. A lot of learning, but it's been quiet for the most part. Highway, again, the big reminder is that the road limits are still posted. So Bartlett Road, New Hebron, Old Hebron, Morse Road, Thurlow, Bell, Reservoir, Cummins Hill, Sanborn, Chase on Loon Lake, Parker, and Texas Hill are still posted. Plan on it till at least the beginning of May, even though it's been unseasonably warm. They're still very wet. Fire department, we stopped down in myself, Captain Peck, and Captain Tobine flew to Florida to do the final inspection for the new tanker. Very exciting. Truck looks amazing. Tested well. Drove well. Some minor corrections were found. We're hoping to get it back here by late May, the earliest. Another exciting note is that Captain Peck and Firefighter Warnick were notified by the state that they will receive an award in reference to a call that happened last year where they had to do emergent life-saving procedure to save a woman's life in Ashland. The state has given them an award for it. That's April 19th in Laconia at the Colonial Theater at 1 o'clock, so that'll be very exciting.
Yeah.
Definitely well earned. Police department, everything seems fine. They still have a couple vacancies at the police department, but beyond that, they really had nothing to report. Parks is well underway with spring cleanups, and they said that they're holding strong. Airport, some big developments there. They opened up the main building for the season, so Colin is very excited. They're hoping to get the runway open by next week, providing all that it dries up. And then there's a big glider encampment first week of June. And then beyond that, Jesse's been busy fixing stuff at the fire department and around town, and a lot of insulation projects throughout the town. And Granisi is well underway on Highland Street, and they are on week 2 of insulating or lining pipes in the sewer manholes between it up and down Highland. So they're on week 2 and everything's going as planned, has been reported. So that's for my departments, that's what I have.
Kevin, when is the repaving happening, the resurfacing on Highland Street?
I don't believe that's happening until, I believe, end of July.
Okay, so it's
Could be wrong though, but
a little further out.
yeah, it's a little ways out. They still got a lot of. Do you know any different, Ann?
I don't.
I'll make note to ask the next.
Mid-August. All right. See, there's that guy right there. Yeah. Mid-August.
As long as we get all the subsurface work done first, I'll be happy.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask about, actually, was I just noticed that we've done a great job with potholes on a lot of the ancillary streets. I wasn't sure if we were planning to get some of the Highland ones or if we were waiting for the resurfacing. But if
He's
he's,
out there, so some of those are Bernice's responsibility, and he's on it.
okay, thanks.
He's on anyway.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions for Kevin? Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Dan?
Okay, so as you had already indicated, Kevin and I had started taking over tasks of the former town manager, just making sure that people know that we are still available. Employees, the public, the boards can reach out to us by calling Town Hall 603-536-1731, through emails or the website. The best way for taxpayers to keep up to date on what's happening is by visiting the website plymouthnh.gov. We are working on health insurance open enrollment, which begins for the town of Plymouth on May 1st. These are for the employees. Packages will be going out to them soon, and this is for the July 1 open enrollment, new year starting. We are still working on the bond ratings for the approval of the purchase of the land for the future home of the public safety building. The rates that we're seeing now are right around 4%. However, the bond bank is going out to purchase bonds again in the near future, and their rates may be better, so we're holding off just a little bit to see what they can do to help us as well. Hoping that either April 27th or the May 11th meeting will be able to bring that information to the board for consideration. Town clerk, Amy is reporting for the months of January, February, and March. Her and Melinda thank the volunteers of the town for the March town meeting and everybody that came out to help with that. I got to see faces that she doesn't see very often, she says. They're also looking for interested people to participate in upcoming elections. If you're interested, reach out to their office. Motor vehicle registrations, they processed 1,612 registrations, 85 more than last year. Vital records coming in at 196, with 17 of them being marriage licenses. 294 dogs have been registered. Please remember to register your dog by April 30th. If you have any questions, you can reach out to town clerk at plymouthnh.gov or 603-536-1732. The welfare director assisted or spoke to 20 individuals during the month of March alone. The needs were anything from vehicle fuel, housing, utility services. Again, we want to thank Mary Ann for her continued service and assistance with these individuals. For recreation, we are being told that the fishing derby is scheduled for Saturday, April 25th at Fox Park with registration of the younger children beginning at 8 a.m. And that's also younger children and handicap, I believe. Theater camp registration is now open for the week of June 22nd. And there was also a discussion about the Boys and Girls Club of New Hampshire will be taking over the Child Development Center at PSU for child care services. Looking ahead, they may express interest in partnering with local schools to provide after-school programming, building on their successful program at the Holderness Elementary over the past few years. These discussions are still in the early stages. If the expansion moves forward, it could help alleviate demands on the department, allowing for greater focus and resources to be directed towards other programs that they can offer. We do plan on looking at the town investment policy just as an annual update for the board. That'll be on the agenda on the 27th of April. Tax collector's office, we do have an auction coming up for a property that we took by tax deed. That property is for 40 Reservoir Road, and that auction will take place on May 16th here at Town Hall. The next round of tax deeding will take place on May 12th. The tax collector will bring information to the selectmen on the 26th, and the selectmen at that point will be asked if you want to take properties that are 3+ years out and due. We do anticipate 1 or 2 properties coming to the board. Okay. The recycling and transfer station, the brush drop-off area at the recycling center is temporarily closed due to wet ground conditions. The area will remain closed until it has adequately dried out and can safely accommodate vehicles, and I did not get a date of when that would be. So it's raining now, it might make it worse. The new server has arrived for PBTV and will be installed at the end of this month. And lastly, Pease Public Library has several programs running at this time. If you have an interest in the programs being offered, please visit their website at peasepubliclibrary.org. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Any questions for Ann? Unrelated to those reports, are we not running Zoom this evening? I didn't get let in, so I'm guessing that maybe it's not running.
We might need to start it out here.
This is Colin. He'll help us.
Hi, Colin.
Oh, there we are.
That's where we're supposed to go.
Thanks, Colin.
Click start here. Got it.
We just start.
Started. There we go. We might need to admit people. It's just Zach.
Yeah, I'm not
Sure.
sure.
Do you want to hand me the? Yeah.
Yeah.
You can drive.
Hook Jason up with the magic buttons.
Thank you, Jason.
All right, thank you. Then I will Great. Okay, we've got some appointments, or unappointment. Walter Frankel has requested to be reappointed to the Economic Development Committee. He wrote and said, oh no, he didn't. Yes, he wrote and said, I formally request to be reappointed.
Short and to the point.
Short and to the point. And the Economic Development Committee voted unanimously to recommend the reappointment as a 3-year term member of EDC. So that would go through April 1st, 2029. Yeah. And that recommendation came from the committee and from Joseph.
So I'll make a motion to reappoint Walter Frankel to the Plymouth Economic Development Committee.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just want to say that Walter's been an amazing addition. I'm glad he's signed up for another 3 years.
Hold for a moment while we get muted.
You're good.
Oh, you're okay.
There he is.
And do we have an official appointment,
Yes,
Doc? Or
I do.
should
Yep.
I? Okay.
Sorry. I didn't hear a vote yet, though.
Oh, we may not have because I got distracted. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, we've got a purchase order from the town auditor. Thank you.
So as the board probably recalls, we've been advised that the auditor for the town is leaving us at the end of the 2026 fiscal year. And so we're looking for the years 27, 28, and 29. What we've done is we went through and we sent out RFPs, and auditing municipalities is not something that many auditors are taking on any longer, nor are they taking on any new clients, or is it the easiest process anymore. So the one audit proposal that we received was for 3 years, and that's from Plozak and Sanderson. We did talk to them. We sat down with them prior to Scott leaving. They were able to answer a magnitude of questions that we had for them. They do come recommended by many of our local local towns as well. And at this point, they are 6,000 to 7,000 more per year, depending on what we need. But our auditor's been doing this now for 20 years. So we were very fortunate to be able to stay with him. He knew us. This is a new group to us, but not new to auditing.
Will they be providing different or additional or less than services than previous?
No, the services will be the same, or, we can expect the same service from them that we get from others. Yep. The reason why it says up to 31,250 or up to 32,600 or up to 34,50, it depends on whether or not we need a single audit. If we need a single audit, that means that we've received and that we've expended more than $1 million in federal funds, then we will need a special audit, is what we call them. If in the event we don't need a special audit, I can talk about these phrases. Sorry, I should have had that right there.
Looks like it's on that page 4.
Page 4.
I'll go in there. I can't find page 4. Oh, right in the middle. It's in that paragraph.
Yep.
Okay. So if we do not need a single audit, the prices come in anywhere from $26,250 to $28,675. So hopefully now that, hopefully we'll be able to not have to have a single audit. It's just another whole step and a lot more digging into
But we're effectively approving us so that if we
Up
need
to.
to do
Yep.
one, then it's pre-approved, and if not, we won't expend those
Correct.
funds.
And if we get $1 million worth of federal funding that needs to be audited, it's worth the money to. Maybe audit
And
fees.
sometimes those funds include the audit, so.
Right.
Yes. So if we receive those funds, we will happily accept the additional $5,000.
Okay, all right, all right.
Great.
All right, I'll make a motion to award the contract for town auditor for the years 27 through 29 to Plodzik and Sanderson for the described up to amounts as just discussed.
Second.
You got it. Bill,
Jason got it.
Jason.
Any discussion on this? All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Next up, we have an item from Jesse Jennings for Denron Hall Plumbing and HVAC. They're for air handling units.
Good.
So this is the phase 2 project of replacing the air handlers and all that within the building. This was bid on last year. We're just getting to that point where we have the money raised and appropriated. So
Do we all sign that, or is that just Zach?
they were it was a sole bid type deal.
Guys just sign the PO and we'll be good.
This is for the town hall.
Correct.
Is Denron and Hall the only company we spoke to about these air handlers?
No, there was other companies that came in. Denron Hall got the entire project, but it's a 3-phase project. So
Okay.
this is the second phase that's coming up for this year.
So we had gone to bid for the whole project, and so this is
did.
just the payment for the first purchase of the first phase.
This is the second
Second phase.
phase.
Second phase.
Yeah. The AC units were done first, and now that this is the next round.
So Kevin, there are a bunch of exclusions.
And said she'll sign that section, Zach. That second one.
That's just Ann.
So
or who's signing
dumpsters,
it?
painting,
Just her.
whatnot. I'm assuming we're gonna have to do those things, and do we have an
Just the first
estimate or the
Truthfully, I'm
impacts?
gonna have to follow up with Jesse on this one.
Okay. I mean, some of those would make sense, but others.
Well, that could have been what we actually put in the RFP,
Sure.
is, we said to them, no dumpsters. No, the contractor could not bring a dumpster here. So,
Right. So we'll be doing those things. And,
no,
Oh.
they can't put a dumpster here. Whatever they need to take out, they get rid of.
Oh, I see. They have to haul away.
Right.
Okay.
right.
Painting and whatnot,
Yeah.
we'll have to do.
Most of this is gonna be done in the basement, and potentially some of it could be done in the third floor bell area, but, yeah, it's not a painting issue, I don't believe.
Gotcha.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the removal and replacement of 3 air handling units for a total of $167,900 to Dendron Hall Plumbing and HVAC.
A second?
Any discussion about that? Or further discussion, I suppose? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, while that starts to circulate, our next purchase order is for highway, for Belmore Septic Sewer and Drain, for contracted summer services. This is the cleaning and pipe jetting of catch basins.
So I got 3 quotes. The first one is Truax, is $20,000, which is a great price, but it's a clamshell bucket. So roughly to clean 250 basins with the vac truck takes a week. With a clamshell bucket, it'll take 2 weeks. And I send a guy out with the truck to make sure we clean the basins and show the guys where they're at. And the other thing with the clamshell bucket is you can't clean it as well as with the vac truck. And if you have a clogged pipe, you have to come back with a different truck down the road and clean it again. The second quote was Wind River for $39,000. That's with the vac truck. And we've been using Belmore for the past 16 years, and he came in at $30,000. And it's kind of nice using him because he owns a place in Meredith that he stays at, so if we need him on an emergency, he'll be here the next day.
And that's what we've been using for years, Steve.
16 years, yep.
It's a good long run.
I'll make a motion to award the cleaning and jetting for catch basins to Belmore Septic and Septic Sewer and Drain for the sum of up to $30,000.
I'll second.
Any additional discussion on that one? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, well, don't go too far, Steve. The next one we have is well, actually, I'll let you introduce it because there's a lot of words.
So the next one's for the Western Star.
Yes.
Yep.
10-wheeler dump truck. So again, we got 3 quotes. International only offers a Cummins engine, which is a brand new engine this year. So we don't know how that's going to play out. Unlike the Max Force, that really is what a lot of municipalities left International for because it was just grenading and International wouldn't back it up. So that's one of the reasons why Plymouth went to Kenworth, was that one main reason. So again, Kenworth is no longer, they've changed their engines. They've gone to Packards, and again, this year they're doing the new Cummins engine we want to stay away from for the first couple of years to see what happens. So the only choice was Western Star, and they offer a Detroit or the new Cummins. So we're going with the Detroit.
And I see we also, and we can like discuss this as a second item, but it just, there's context. There's also a separate purchase order for the plow package for
Correct.
this truck as well. How do these prices compare to what we anticipated with the budgeted amount
For the,
for the overall truck and plow?
I mean, right now, pretty good.
I don't remember what it was that we brought to town meeting for the amount.
310.
310 is what we brought for our cost.
Yep.
Yep. And so we're
Just under that.
just under that.
Don't forget to look down through your unit pricing and the amount on the first actual purchase order. If you were to actually purchase this non-municipal state bid, it was $257,000. We're being told that the state bidding price is $191,000. Significant savings there. And most of this, 75%?
Yep.
75% of this will be paid by grant.
Excellent.
So
Actually, it's 80, sorry. 80%.
80%, okay, sorry, 80%.
Should buy the more expensive trucks so we can get more grant money.
No. This, Norma Jean and Steve worked very hard for this.
Mostly Norma Jean,
Yes, thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the 2026 Western Star 447X by 10-wheel truck for $191,641 for ATG Lebanon LLC.
A second?
Any discussion on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I do have a question.
Sure.
Is this a grant that requires destruction of the truck
Yes, it
that's being
does.
retired?
Yep.
When's that gonna be done?
When we get the grant money.
Yeah, great. Okay.
How long does it take to get delivery of a truck like this?
So the truck we should have by August, and then the outfit will probably be another year.
Really?
We'll have it for plow season,
Next
Next.
following year.
Wow.
following year.
A year lead time on the plow setup, even now?
Maybe even 2.
Wow.
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 Wait, do we have to, I'm sorry, do we have to destroy the current truck before it becomes operational?
Spare truck right now.
Spare truck, okay. Do we have to destroy it before it becomes
The
operational?
state's gonna tell us when they want it destroyed. They want to witness it.
Okay. Did we vote? We voted.
We voted, yeah.
But we need motion for the plow.
Yep.
And I'll make a motion to approve the plow package for that Western Star truck for the sum of $117,500 to Viking Civies of Vermont.
A second?
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's a big one. Glad to have it done.
Yes. Thank you, Steve.
All right. Next up, we've got a police purchase for purchase and outfitting of a police cruiser.
This was approved at town meeting. I believe it was for 78,000, so we're slightly under it. It's pretty standard, rotated.
And this is the state bid as well, and they've moved us to kind of SUVs and not.
Yeah, so they stopped producing sedans. The Dodge Chargers, I guess, is the last sedan we bought. They did away with those. Can't get them anymore. Hence, you see all the troopers with Tahoes.
Yep.
So Dodge has continued to operate the Rango, the small SUV, and that's what Plymouth has. Like the last 2 or 3 cruises we've switched to because it doesn't make sense for us to pay this extra for the Tahoes. And then the outfitter costs, which is slightly different. In the past, Chief Hutchins had worked with the outfitters for a reduced rate, and he did a lot of that legwork himself because he's skilled in that. But
We don't have that advantage
not
anymore.
So that's the increased cost that you've seen, but it's still under what we appropriated.
Still comes in under the price that we had budgeted, though.
Good.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve the purchase and outfitting of a police cruiser for the sum total of $76,607.08.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And on the truck, the last signature line, is that one you?
We'll have Kevin sign that,
Let
yeah.
Kevin sign that one, okay. Just the first 2. And for consistency, I'll briefly put that up on the screen as well. Oh, I don't have that one in front of me. I won't put it up on the screen. Back to the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Last one's good.
Oh.
There you go. All right, and the last of our purchase orders here, we've got a purchase order for grant research and writing. This is for a contractor, Abby Kendall.
Yes. So before Scott left, in one of the last department head meetings that we had, there was a presentation by Ms. Kendall to come in and talk to the employees, talk to the department heads to see what they want for grants. The sky is not the limit. They need to really consider, just because there's a grant out there, do we have the funding to offset it? Do we, what do you need the grant for? Where is it on the CIP? All of those potential projects that she can assist the department heads with. She'll sit down and have conversations, and then that will help us, I believe, coming into the next season of budgeting as well. So the reason that this is not being signed off by Kevin, with the limit of the town manager, the 15,000 he can sign up to. One of the items that we found was that we really did not budget for this type of hiring of an individual. So what we've done is we've looked through the capital improvement capital reserve programs and found that we do have a grant capital reserve that's set up. Now, we're using portions of that for the Main Street streetscaping, I believe it was, coming up, in the lighting. I think that was about 15,000 we're using there, and there is about $53,000 in that capital reserve right now. So the request of the board is to allow us to withdraw $7,000 from the capital reserve for the infrastructure projects and grants. And then in addition, once that is approved, allow us to work with Ms. Kendall to see what she can come up with and what she can do to help the town of Plymouth, researching and finding grants that are appropriate for town. Things that we don't always have time to go out and research, and she's got a wealth of knowledge, I believe, that she presented to the department heads.
My observation is that there's a good deal of grant funding out there, as long as somebody knows, and I see this as a worthwhile investment. You know, if it returns one grant, like the one that is going towards the truck that we just
Right.
authorized, it's,
Right.
we should be doing this, we should be doubling or tripling this even.
Agreed.
So,
Have we talked to other folks than Ms. Kendall as far as providing this service?
No, she actually approached us.
Okay.
She lives in Holderness, and comes with a wealth of background knowledge. So that's why we chose to employ her.
And it's under our competitive bid requirement.
It is,
number, so-
yep, yep. But there hasn't been anyone else that really has approached us, and you're probably not going to find someone
Right.
it's a
with
niche.
that price.
I appreciate the local, it being
Yeah.
local too. I think
Yes.
that's it.
It's a niche.
And the fact that
service.
she came in and already did a training with the staff, and so
Right.
she's got some familiarity.
And she did
with-
that at no cost.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great.
So would she actually be looking for grants and then?
She'll be talking to the departments to
Okay.
determine what it is that they believe that they need within their department. Find out where it is on the CIP, if it's within that threshold of the CIP. And then she can offer to them, we should be looking here, we should be looking there. What do you think about, there's all kinds of questions and comments that she can offer back to them that we just don't have the knowledge in-house to do, or time.
Yeah, that's a whole other skill.
And based on this proposal, we're going to get a final assessment report
Yes.
with some recommendations. So it's, there actually is a deliverable at the end of this as well, which is nice.
Yeah.
Right. But just remember, if you do approve this, if you would, in addition to approving the purchase order, please also approve the authority to withdraw funds from the capital reserve to cover it, which you've already put money in savings for, so.
So I was going to start with making a motion to withdraw $7,000 from the capital reserve fund for grants first.
Second.
You want to do it as two separate ones? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And then I will make a motion to apply that $7,000 for the awarding the, I'll call it, job of doing grant research and writing process for 8 weeks for the town to Abby Kendall.
Second.
Phil got it.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, sorry.
All right. So that takes us to some new business. We have Bill Safian. We have Bill Safian here to talk with us about the bridge and address questions around the Green Bridge over the Baker River on North Main Street in relation to the current conditions, replacement plans, any of those sorts of things. And after Mr. Safian speaks, if anybody from the public wants to ask questions or participate in this conversation, please do. I'll ask you to come to a microphone, introduce yourself, just so that I capture that sort of thing. But we definitely want to give the public opportunity to participate in this conversation as well, if you have questions or concerns or anything along those lines.
So I need to be able to share my screen, so if you can give me that permission.
I think You can, Jason.
Zach, do you want to stop sharing?
Yep, I do.
Oh man, it's been a while since I used Zoom. More. Zach was sharing. You should be able to share. I also can't read from here anymore.
Yep, he is.
There you go.
All right. Oh, excuse me, I needed to back up. Okay. See my screen? Nope.
Yep.
Yes, you are, but it's not here, so I guess
okay.
you guys don't get to see the screen. Oh, there we go. Good evening. My name is Bill Safian. I'm the chief of the existing bridge section for the Department of Transportation, and I oversee the bridge inspection program as well as the load rating program that unfortunately has to load post bridges at some times. With me tonight is David Scott. He is the Bureau Administrator of Bureau of Bridge Design, New Hampshire DOT, and he's my boss. So, I've got a number of slides to present today. I'm going to give a little bit of history about the bridge, and then we'll go into some specifics about the bridge. Okay, we're here to talk about Plymouth 141143. That's the state bridge number for the bridge carrying US 3 over the Baker River. Specifically, we're going to talk about the recent load, the posting of the bridge at 10 tons. Just to orient everybody, we're talking about the bridge on the left there on the picture, and the map on the right shows the location of the bridge relative to the major roads, US 3, New Hampshire 25, and I-93. The bridge location is circled there in yellow. What we're going to talk about tonight, a number of topics. Let's see if I can. I'm going to go over some basic bridge information. I'm going to go over the history of the bridge and condition and load posting. I'm going to talk about New Hampshire legal loads and certified legal loads, how a bridge is posted, some of the aspects of load rating in general, and then some specifics about the load posting that was done in 1985 versus more recently in 2024. How we had to change even that 2024 load posting in 2025. And then I'll get into some actions taken by the DOT immediately after we discovered this issue with the bridge. And I'll follow that with some considerations of next steps for the DOT moving forward and some other general things I just want the public to understand about the bridge and how our process works. I'll talk really quickly about posting enforcement, and then I'll open it up to questions to the public and to the board. Okay, so the type of bridge. It is a high truss. It is a single span bridge spanning 168 feet. It was built in 1930, so it's nearly 100 years old. It was last rehabilitated in 1985, and that rehabilitation consisted of removal of the concrete deck and replacing it with a thicker deck and putting pavement on the bridge. At the time, 2 inches of pavement on the bridge. That'll become important to know as we go into the presentation a little bit. Bridges in the New Hampshire DOT inventory are inspected at a maximum interval of 24 months. The major components of inspection are the deck, the superstructure, and the substructure. These components are graded on a scale of 0 to 9, with 9 being excellent, perfect, and 0 being closed, non-fixable. That's the range that we're dealing with. The slide that you're looking at shows the history of the bridge. And can you see my mouse? Okay.
Yes.
So in these columns here, you see numbers going back from 1991 all the way up to a current date of November of 2025. And you can see those numbers range. You can see the deck, the super, and the sub there that we rated, and those numbers ranging from anywhere, the best of an 8, which is good condition, down to a 4, the ones colored in red there, in poor condition. 4 is the first level of condition where we get into. Sorry, 4 is the first level of condition where we get into poor condition. So you can see that it's the superstructure that's causing this condition evaluation. The deck currently is a 6, which is satisfactory, and the substructure is currently a 6, which is satisfactory. On the right-hand side, you can see the history of the load posting. So you can see that it was E2 since 1991. I'll get into a little bit more of what that means in a minute. But more recently, starting in 2025, we had to post the bridge at, 2025, we had to post the bridge at 10 tons. Pretty dramatic change in a bridge to all happen at once. We don't have that occur often, but there were a couple of circumstances that occurred that made that happen.
Can you just tell us what E2 is?
Yep. I'm going to on the next.
Thank you.
Yes. So, New Hampshire legal loads versus certified legal loads. I'm going to go into a little bit about the law, and then I'll get into the E2. New Hampshire legal loads are defined by RSA 266-18 and 18A, and they can be generally thought of as being able to handle trucks up to 80,000 pounds, 40 tons. But depending on the configuration of the vehicle, it could be less than that. So 80,000 is actually just the maximum. New Hampshire certified legal loads are defined by 266-18-B, and they allow greater than legal loads, so greater than 80,000 pounds, up to 99,000 pounds, with the, if the vehicle gets a certain inspection and gets a certain registration. So if they meet the criteria of the law, they can get this additional registration that goes with the vehicle. That allows them to carry up to 99,000 pounds. But again, that maximum depends on the configuration of the vehicle and things like, so it may not be as, 99,000 maximum may be less. These laws generally define the vehicle size, the gross vehicle allowance by the maximum limit on any tire that's on the vehicle, the axle maximum load is defined by law, and then the gross vehicle weight. And it also depends on, the gross vehicle weight allowance also depends on the type of truck that it is. Whether the truck is a single unit vehicle, which is where the driving cab and the load area is all on one frame, or if it's a combination vehicle where the drive portion of the truck is separate from the cargo area and the truck can articulate in the middle. So those kind of things make a difference to the maximum capacity or the maximum gross vehicle allowance for the truck. E2. E2 is a restriction on certified vehicles. So there are two forms of restrictions that pertain to New Hampshire certified legal. Again, these are the ones that are allowed up to 99,000 pounds. The upper right hand shows the two types of trucks that we can have. We can have a single unit truck marked as SU for single unit, or a combination unit truck, and that's designated as CU on the graphic. And there are two types of signs that may restrict these vehicles from a bridge. The first is an E-Series sign, which is an exclusion. So that means certified vehicles are not allowed to cross that bridge. The other sign that you might see, not at this particular bridge, but at other bridges in the inventory, is a C-Series sign. That is a caution crossing for the operator of the certified vehicle. By caution, it means that the driver can be the only other truck. Sorry, the driver can be the only truck on the bridge during his crossing. If there is another truck-style vehicle coming at them or traveling in the same direction, they are actually supposed to wait until the bridge is clear before they cross. The colored dots show whether a red is no crossing, a green is go, and a yellow is the caution. And the number that follows the letter, generally speaking, tells what vehicles are affected by it. So the 1 in both cases for either the exclusion or the caution affects the single unit vehicle, but the combination unit is okay to cross. The 2 value on the sign would mean that sign affects both the single unit vehicle and the combo unit vehicle. The only exception to that, and this is a pretty rare sign in the inventory, is a C3 sign, where the single unit is a no-go and the combo unit is a caution crossing. So, does that answer your question about the E2?
Thank you.
Yes. The other way we might post a bridge is a legal vehicle restriction. So we just finished talking about certified legal, this is legal. And this is, generally speaking, talking about the loads that are up to 80,000 pounds. So when we have a legal posting, it's going to be in terms of gross vehicle allowance, and it's going to be in terms of tons. So this is an example of what a sign may look like, and the vehicles that are affected by this. So generally speaking, it's generally understood that when we get down to a tonnage posting, heavier trucks are going to find alternative routes. They're not legally allowed to cross a bridge that has, if they exceed the tonnage posting, so they have to find an alternative route. So generally, we're talking about lower limits affecting cars and things of that nature, or SUVs, light pickups, small cargo trucks. But in both cases, in terms of a legal load restriction or a certified legal load restriction, it is up to the operator to know what the sign means, and it's up to the operator to know whether they can legally cross that bridge. And finally, there might be a no posting required. If the capacity of the bridge exceeds all the load effects on the bridge, then there's no issue with the crossing, and that means we wouldn't have a physical sign present on the bridge. So by not having a sign, the assumption is there's no posting required to the general public, and there's nothing to stop either a certified vehicle or a legal vehicle from crossing that bridge. Lastly, a relatively new introduction to signing of bridges and restrictions on bridges is the sign for emergency vehicles. In 2015, the Fixing America's Surface Transportation, or FAST Act, was signed into federal law and in part mandated that the DOTs rate all federal definition bridges for emergency vehicles. A federal definition bridge is a bridge that spans greater than 20 feet. New Hampshire law for a bridge is a bridge that spans 10 feet or greater, but federal law is greater than 20 feet. New Hampshire Department of Transportation completed the required reviews in 2023 and the installation of the signs in 2025. The signs provide for restriction in terms of maximum single axle weight, maximum tandem axle weight, that is 2 axles spaced closely together, and for gross vehicle weight. These signs do not pertain to legal vehicles or certified legal vehicles, only emergency vehicles. And the presence of an emergency vehicle restriction at the bridge is independent of any other posting that may be present, whether or not there's another posting at the bridge. It's independent. And so we could have an emergency vehicle posting without a legal or certified vehicle posting, or vice versa. We could have restrictions on legals, but nothing for emergency vehicles. They're just completely independent. However, it's our policy, it's DOT policy, that when we have a legal limit of a certain amount, for instance, on this screen showing 10 tons, we are going to force the emergency vehicle to be also gross vehicle weight restricted to that same legal posting. So in this case, if I'm not suggesting the numbers would have been 43 tons, but whatever the analysis would suggest for emergency vehicles, if there's a legal posting that's less than that, we are going to force the emergency vehicle sign to be less than that. And we will adjust the tandem and the single axle to be more or less, than the legal limit. And so that's why the sign at this bridge is posted the way it is for emergency vehicles. Okay, so now I'm going to get into how we come up with the number. How do we come up with 10 tons or 15 tons or 20 tons? And basically, we have to determine the value to put on the sign, all structural members must be first load rated. The first step in the load rating is to determine the capacity of the member. The capacity of the bridge member, represented by this white circle shape, is generally based on the material that's being used, the member size, the strength characteristics of the member, and for my purposes, the full capacity is shown by a full circle. So just in your mind, think of that as full capacity. The portion of the circle shown in red represents the portion of the capacity used by the dead load of the bridge that the member must carry. Dead loads are permanent, unchanging loads due to the self-weight of the member, the self-weight of other members that it may have to carry, etc. Examples include asphalt, a concrete deck, safety rail, and other structural components. In this example, the dead load is being shown as requiring just less than 3/4 of the capacity of the member. So just by proportion, you can see that what the amount that the red is taking up. And throughout my presentation, the size and proportions of the colors are just meant for instructional purposes and explanation purposes. It has nothing to do necessarily with the actual bridge. If I subtract the portion in red, the dead load, from the capacity, I'm left with the remaining portion, the blue wedge, which we call available capacity for live load. Okay? This is the magnitude, it is the magnitude of the blue portion of the capacity and its relationship to minimum values needed to handle New Hampshire legal loads or certified legal loads that is used to determine whether it's actually going to see a numbered posting or not, a tonnage posting. So I'm going to go through a couple of other things, but first, this entire row together is meant to represent a bridge component that is at when it first enters service to the bridge. It's got the maximum capacity that it has. And the blue portion has been maximized as well, depending on given the size of the member that it is. But there are a couple of ways that things can be reduced. The capacities can be reduced. And the first way is represented in this second scenario here, where for whatever reason, the permanent dead loads of the bridge were increased. That could happen because we put additional asphalt on the bridge. It could happen because we put different rail on the bridge. We could put a sidewalk on the bridge where it didn't originally have a sidewalk or something of that nature. And it causes the amount of the capacity used by the dead load or the dead load of the bridge to increase. So that's represented by having a larger portion taken up by the red, and that results in a smaller wedge of blue available for the live load. The second way that we might have a reduction in live load capacity is because there's a reduced capacity in the member for some reason. In this case, I'm showing that it generally happens because of condition. So over time, natural things happen to steel, in this particular case, steel bridge or other components of the bridge. There's deterioration, there's rust, things happen because of the de-icing salts we use. So we can have in cases a diminishment in the capacity that we're starting with just because of the condition. So that's represented by the white circle not quite being full because something happened on the bridge. So if that's the only thing that changes, and if the dead load doesn't change, and that's shown here, I'm trying to show, if I can get my mouse to cooperate, this size of this circle here is the same as the first one. So I'm representing that the dead load didn't change, but the capacity did change. I'm going to have a reduction in the blue wedge remaining for available live load. Another way that we might reduce capacity other than condition is that we might have a mistake on the plans. When we design, we design things, we do calculations, we come up with conclusions on how big things have to be. We then have to take that information and transfer it to the plans. Those plans are then used to build the bridge. If there's a breakdown in information somewhere in that process, we can start out with a white circle that's not quite full, even though we didn't know it. And finally, I'll just say that when we do load ratings on bridges, we could have a scenario where there's a combination of environmental conditions that happen to a member that reduce capacity, but we also have additional dead load that goes on that member and both of those things together will reduce the blue available live load capacity. One last step that we do is that once we know the blue wedges, we then can compare that to the minimum required capacities in order to handle New Hampshire legal load or New Hampshire certified legal load. So then this is represented by the purple wedge, and those are not affected by the size of the member or the condition of the member. It's strictly what the need is to handle the load for the RSAs that define the legal loads or the certified loads. So those are predetermined based on the span. The only thing you need to do, the only thing that's going to affect it is the span of the bridge. And so what I've done here is just to kind of show how the three scenarios might be affected on a single member, is I'm showing each purple wedge to be the same size. And when you compare that to the blue wedge of available, you can see in the full capacity scenario, the purple is less than the blue, so that would not require a tonnage posting or any posting at all. But in the scenario where I added dead load, I could end up with a situation where now the purple wedge is bigger than the blue wedge available, and I have to post the bridge. And then the last scenario with the reduced capacity, whether it's due to environmental conditions or a mistake on the plans, the blue wedge may still be bigger than the purple wedge. So in this example, I'm showing that because the purple was less, you would not have needed a reduction or a posting in that scenario. But that's all individual, and you have to assess each member individually. All right, now let's get into the specifics of this bridge. In 2022, the New Hampshire Department of Transportation hired a consultant to inspect the bridge and to rate the bridge. That's because it had been so long since we had rated the bridge prior. In that process, two things were discovered about this bridge. I just mentioned that the occasion where the capacity of the rated member has been overestimated being extremely rare, but that's exactly what happened on this bridge. This graphic shows the elevation of the subject bridge, or side view, of the truss, and it shows half the bridge. The left side of the graphic, labeled bridge abutment, shows one point of contact with the substructure, and that's where the span is starting. And the right-hand side of the image is labeled bridge midspan. The bridge is actually mirrored about that point, so you get a second half off screen there to the right. In 1930, the top core of the truss was designed properly. That's that member right there. But an error was made transferring that information to the plans. The size was written down as smaller than it needed to be. The plans were then taken and used for fabrication of the truss members and used in construction. So since 1930, these members have been undersized. Because there's two trusses and there's two halves to the trusses, this problem actually exists at 4 locations on the bridge. In 1985, the error was not realized, and the capacity used to rate the bridge was based on the member designed rather than the member fabricated and installed. As such, the capacity was overestimated. And I'll represent that on the right-hand side of the screen here by showing what was used in 1985, but what should have been used in 1985 being somewhat less. The second thing that happened at the bridge. This graphic shows a partial cross-section of the bridge, and the two arrows are representing the 2 lanes of traffic going in opposite directions across the bridge. So you're going in and out of the screen with your traffic here. Of note, the original plans did not call out or otherwise note any asphalt on the deck, so the conclusion was that it was intended to be riding on a bare deck, which means tire contact right on the concrete. And I'm also carrying forward here the capacity circles in the white there. So in 1985, they took off the 7-inch deck and they put on an 8-inch deck. That 1 inch of additional material may not seem like a lot, but it adds up. And in addition, they added 2 inches of pavement. So that's 3 inches of additional material that the original bridge did not have. And that represents about 86 tons of additional dead load on the bridge. So you can imagine that red circle getting bigger and more of a circle than it originally was anticipated to be. Like all bridge loads, the additional deck loads have to get transferred through the floor system to the trusses, so it's going to go right through that member that I described as being undersized. That's the only way it gets to the ground. This additional dead load was incorporated into the rating for most bridge elements, but unbeknownst to me, I don't know why, it was not included in the truss rating. The truss rating used the original deck thickness, not the one with the additional loads on it. So, graphically speaking, I've got more of the capacity taken up in my red circle than was used in the 1985 rating. The compounding effect of these two errors means that the 1985 rating overestimated the available capacity in live load, as shown by the different sizes in the blue wedges. Okay. What should have been used should have been a lot less than what was used. So, in 1985, the process I described was done for determining the available live load capacity was repeated for every single member on the bridge. And so we would have had a blue wedge of some size generated for every member on the bridge, whether it's a floor system stringer, a floor beam, a truss member. What we would do at that point was we would then take that wedge of available live load and we would compare it, like I described, for what is required to take the loads. The purple wedge graphically represents the live load effect due to New Hampshire certified loads. In order to pass these loads safely of the bridge, the available, I mentioned this already, the blue wedge has to be bigger than the purple wedge. And you can see in this case that it's not true. The purple wedge is bigger than the blue. So the capacity of the bridge was not capable of taking certified legal loads. And that's why we ended up with a recommendation of E2 on this bridge for one or more members. We then look at New Hampshire legal loads. That's a different size purple wedge because it's a different definition of vehicle. And we do the same process. We compare that available, what's needed to carry the legal loads to what the available capacity is. And in this case, in my illustration, the purple wedge is less than the blue wedge, so it would have been a no posting required as far as legal loads are concerned. But we have to consider both and what's the controlling one of the two. And in this case, it's E2 overall because it was good for legal loads, and the E2 posting would only restrict the certified legal loads. It doesn't restrict legal. So that's what was done. What should have been done? Well, that's where we should have started. We should have started with less of a capacity. I would have applied the same purple wedges to it because the demand for the legal or certified legal doesn't change. But I would have had to orient my purple wedge so that it omits or doesn't include the wedge that's missing from the capacity, the slice of the pie that's already gone. And in this case, it's still an E2 posting as far as legal loads is concerned. But now when I compare the available or the needed capacity for legal loads, the purple wedge, it's now bigger than the blue wedge, and I ended up having to reduce the posting to 10 tons. So the final conclusion, even though the E2 was still recommended for the bridge, the 10 tons now becomes the controlling value, and that will affect both the legal loads and the certified legal loads. So we would have done this for every single member, and we would have taken the worst case scenario for the worst evaluated member, and that ended up being 10 tons for the bridge. I will say that also the 2020 that rating that was done in 2024 also took into account any new conditions that were found during the inspection in 2024. that did not further reduce below the 10 tons. It still was all good within the, or it was all encompassed by the 10-ton controlling rating. What I mentioned that we had to do an adjustment in 2025, and that's because we found that there was even more pavement on the bridge than the 1985 plans would have suggested. In 2025, after the load rating issues came to light, we were looking at the bridge and something didn't seem right, so we had our inspectors go out and measure the curb reveals on the bridge. The curb reveal is the amount of curb that you can see, and you can compare that to what the plans say it should be, and the difference is basically asphalt. And when we did, the plans called for a reveal height that would suggest a 2 inches of pavement, and what we found in our assessment is that it was 2 inches on one curb line, it was 4 inches on the other curb line. We're not quite sure if they did that for drainage or why that was the case, but for whatever reason it is. And so now we have an average of 3 inches of pavement on the bridge, not the 2 that was missed in 1985, and not the 2 that was used in 2024 to re-rate the bridge. We have to visit the bridge rating again to account for this yet additional inch of material that's on the bridge. We did that, but that did not lower, it still was within the 10 tons. So thankfully, that was still the case. And then I mentioned that we took into account the inspection conditions as of 2025, and that did not further reduce the capacity. So bottom line, the 10-ton posting of the bridge, here is a little bit of a conundrum. The 10-ton posting on the bridge is due to a member that has no section loss. It's up on the top core of the bridge. It's way away from where we put de-icing salts. It's way away from where snow melts and gets down under the bridge. That's where we really have problems with corrosion. But it was just undersized. So the controlling member on the bridge is an as-built condition, not an as-inspected condition. We did do ratings on all the other members in their as-inspected condition, but they did not control over the one member that was undersized. So lastly, I'll mention that because of the FAST Act, we had to put the emergency vehicle sign up there. Because the legal load limit was assessed to be 10 tons, we forced the emergency vehicle sign to say 10 tons gross. And then when we proportioned the maximum tandem and the maximum single axle, that resulted in 7 tons limit. And so the sign out there reflects those numbers that you see on the screen. I will note that because we do this, it's created a lot of angst with municipal emergency response personnel. And so when they call us often, and we will work with them to assess their vehicles specifically and see what they can do on the bridge versus what the sign says. So this is mostly the reason, again, we do this is we don't want someone in a legal vehicle, let's say the posting were 20 tons, and they're coming along at 25 tons. If the emergency vehicle sign were to suggest that the posting, the gross for the emergency vehicle, were 27 tons or something of that nature, that legal vehicle at 25 tons would see 20 tons on the legal sign, 27 on the emergency vehicle sign, say, I'm going. It's a whole different way of looking at the bridge. The emergency vehicle is less crossings. We allow it to push the limit a little bit more because of the nature of its business. And so we don't want the illegal loads to be pushing that limit. So we forcefully reduce the emergency vehicle sign to reflect the legal, so there's no ambiguity to the legal load user. But then we work with the municipality emergency response to try and inform them exactly what they can and can't do and things of that nature.
Kevin's wheels are turning.
All right, so what did we do after discovering this? Subsequent to the posting, the town of Plymouth requested that the New Hampshire DOT review 2 scenarios for crossing the bridge. One was a school bus, and one were the town's actual firefighting apparatus. In both scenarios, the DOT was able to grant that vehicle passage could happen because The actual rating calculation suggested by the controlling posting is not exactly 10 tons. It's somewhere between 10 tons and 15 tons are two typical posting values. And it was something, in the neighborhood of 13 and a half tons. So when we assessed their emergency vehicles and their school bus, their effect was greater than 10 tons, but it was less than the actual maximum that the bridge could handle. So we felt safe in saying to the town of Plymouth, you can cross these. You can cross with these scenarios. It was stipulated, though, that in this review, the review has to happen every year. We have to, because the condition may change of the bridge, the condition of the bridge may change over the course of the year. Things may reduce in capacity just because they corrode more. And so we want to be safe, and we want to not allow an unsafe condition. So we requested that every year the town request of us to relook at the bridge, and we will do that. It was also stipulated if the town were to get a new emergency vehicle, that has to be assessed individually. And that is just not a blanket for all emergency vehicles. So next, considerations for load posting. NHDOT will consider removal of excessive dead load as a way to improve the load rating. Things that we will have to consider is that if we take the asphalt off and keep it off, the deck joints, the abutment back walls, the wing walls will all have to be adjusted in height. Right now, they're all set. That armor joint that allows you to get from the roadway to the bridge is set at the top of the asphalt. If we reduce that by 3 inches, you're going to have a big speed bump. So we would have to tear all that out and reduce that down, which lowers the approach roadway. So we'll have to go back 100 feet or so to remove the pavement on the approach to allow a good transition to the bridge. That is an option. I'm not saying we're going to do that, but it is an option. And that would allow all that dead load that's on the bridge currently to be reduced and increase the blue wedge, if you will, of the different members for available capacity for live load. Another issue that we have to consider with that is that the deck membrane between the concrete deck and the asphalt actually acts as a barrier to de-icing salts and slows down the penetration of chlorides into the deck. The asphalt does that to a lesser effect, but both of those act as a barrier to the infiltration of chloride. If we remove that permanently, we're going to leave the deck exposed more directly to de-icing salts, which will affect the service life of the deck. So we will have to consider that as we move forward. Additionally, bare decks can be very slippery when wet. We typically provide grooves in them to give traction to tires and to also remove water from the deck. We would have to, if we do that, we would likely have to put some of that 3 inches of pavement or equivalent weight in the pavement back on the bridge so it could be enough that we would have a sacrificial layer that we can groove, and it's not structural, but it allows safety for the traveling public across the deck. The current in the next slide, I'll talk about a project that we have, but the budget for that project does not currently have this work in it. That's because the project was developed before we knew of this issue. NHDOT will consider strengthening the cord and what work that would involve. And finally, NHDOT will consider keeping the 10-ton posting in place. This is considered a do-nothing option. We usually develop these into our scenarios so that we know what all the cards on the table are. One of the reasons that we will, or in support of the do-nothing option, is that we look at the detour lengths, not in support of, in conjunction with assessing the do-nothing scenario. We look at the detour lengths, and this particular screen is showing a southbound detour where a vehicle coming south on Route 3, if they travel down Route 3 across the bridge, that's the red line, that has a distance of 0.65 miles. You can see that the bridge is circled in white there within that red line. But if we force a detour, or if a vehicle assesses themselves as not being able to pass over the bridge, the detour route would be to get on New Hampshire 25, just north of the bridge, go down 93, get off at 175, come back into town to the traffic circle that's downtown, and that is a distance of 1.6 miles. So the net difference to the traveling vehicle is 0.95 miles. Relatively small detour. If I do the same thing for the northbound direction, because of the configuration of ramps and how to get there, it's a little bit longer, both in terms of the red line representing the through distance on Route 3 to get to the off ramp on New Hampshire 25, where that intersection is with Route 3, and holding the traffic circle as a southern boundary. That distance, the red line, increases to 0.9 miles, and the detour on 93 northbound increases to 2.35 miles, difference being about 1.5 miles, just shy of 1.5 miles. So moving forward, the option is we'll keep the 10-ton posting in for now. We'll engage the consultant engineering to assess options for rehabilitation and come up with cost estimates for that. And then we will have to compare that to what we have budgeted and what we may be able to add to that budget given the constraints of the 10-year plan. And then we will come up with how we might be able to move forward. I mentioned that we do have a project. That project number is 4407. It currently has an add date of November 4th of 2031. It was programmed in 2023, again, before we understood that there was an issue with the undersized member. Its scope of work is mainly to deal with the condition problems with the bridge, which are not controlling the posting right now. And the goal of that rehab was to get another 30 years of additional service life. The current budget for that work is $3.3 million, which includes $2.8 million for construction and $0.5 million for design. And the goal was to maintain the current posting of E2, again, before we understood that it was really 10 tons. So it was to maintain that E2 posting. Of course, and the DOT does not currently have a project scheduled to replace the bridge. Again, we're trying to get the additional service life out of it that would push a need for a replacement down the road. So how will we approach our next steps when we look at our budget and work that needs to be done? We will start by looking at the members on the bridge that control the worst case scenario. So there are many members on the bridge that are rated no posting required. They have enough capacity to handle all loads. There are other members on the bridge that have conditions that have lowered their capacity so that they may only be able to take legal loads. And that would suggest the E2 posting or the C posting series. And then there are yet other members on the bridge that, for either reason of condition or because of reduced capacity because they're undersized, have a tonnage posting. So we will start by assessing the worst case members and seeing what we need to do to bring them up. Once we are able to deal with those, we'll look at the next level of controlling member and see what we need to do from a capacity point of view to improve those. And we'll continue working our way up the list until we either run out of money for budget in terms of construction budget, or we've got everything working to where it's an acceptable level. So the reason why I'm kind of saying all of that is because after all of our assessment, we are certainly not going to get back to no posting required because we've never been there. We may not get back to E2, depending on what the budget is for the bridge and what the analysis shows. We may only get to an improved tonnage posting, perhaps above 10 tons to some degree, but not quite to the level where we can get back to all legal loads are okay. I just wanted to point that out. And as far as enforcement goes, we've heard through the grapevine that vehicles are using the bridge still, perhaps ignoring the 10-ton posting because last week they could go across it. Why can't they go across it this week? We are not an enforcement agency. Troop G of the state police is the enforcement agency. They really should be contacted if you have concerns about the bridge being used and the posting being exceeded. However, we're not interested in that happening to our asset either. So we have a vested interest in knowing as well if there's knowledge of vehicles that are using it in excess of the 10-year posting. So if you do have specific information about users that are using it, we would pass that information. If we get that information, we'll pass it on to Troop G and see what might be done about it. There's contact information for David and myself on the left side, including our phone number at the bottom. And there's a phone number there for Troop G. And finally, I will open up to questions.
My first question is, so you did the assessment with Chief on the weight of the vehicles for emergency services. Do you know how close we were? Is that we were in a pretty good shape there, or was it?
I would say you're pushing the limit, but you're below the maximum. So I guess I'll say it this way. When we do a rating, when we look at the capacity side of the equation, there are things in the guidance, in the formulation of the national codes that would say you take that capacity and you apply factors that are actually going to reduce it. So there are factors of safety, if you will, that are used on the capacity side to reduce it from its ultimate capacity to some value less than that. On the load side of the equation, depending on the style of load, a dead load we can calculate pretty easily and pretty accurately. So we will provide, but we will still provide a factor that will increase that as a factor of safety. The factor of safety for live load, which is much more variable and unknown, we will apply a larger factor of safety to increase that. So on one side, we're reducing the capacity in terms of, in a sense, for safety purposes. On the other side of the equation, we're increasing the loads. So all of that is built into the system that we have when we're assessing your vehicle compared to what the system would say is the available capacity. So there is some, even though your number may reflect a number that's very close to our system number is reflective of some of those factors of safety that are built into it. So for appearance purposes, you're right on the edge, but we're comfortable saying that you're okay with what you do. There were some stipulations, though. You have to cross at less than 5 miles an hour, and you have to cross alone. So as long as those conditions are met, you're safe to cross the bridge, because we're not introducing a second truck style vehicle on the bridge at the same time. And there's a increased factor that goes into when a vehicle hits a bridge at speed, and it imparts what we call an impact force. It's a sudden shock load to the bridge, and when you go 5 miles an hour or less, we're able to reduce that effect by that 30% or so, and so that again makes that blue wedge bigger.
I'm sorry, clarification. You said our emergency vehicles have to access it at 5 miles per hour or less?
No.
Or at 5 miles per hour?
5 miles per hour.
Hard 5.
Yep.
Hard 5. Okay.
Hard 5. While they're on the bridge.
I know this isn't, you have no control over the state budget, and I'm sure you would like to have budgets to be able to proactively replace bridges like this. This is a downside of our wonderful tax breaks that everybody's getting, and lack of budget for repairing bridges. My experience in the past is that the town I used to live in had a dozen red listed bridges, and when one was condemned and failed, the town chose to rebuild it with their own money rather than deal with the hassle of complying with DOT standards. So it's kind of a frustrating experience for me to know that the state does not have a replacement plan in place for state bridges. It's not a failure of DOT. it's a failure of our legislature to appropriate the necessary funds to maintain public roadways and infrastructure. And I'm sorry, this is not a criticism of either of you. I appreciate that you're here. I don't have a lot of respect for our legislature and the decisions they make.
Going off of that, does DOT have like a bridge life cycle replacement guidelines? Like, you were, before this was going down, it looked like you guys were doing structure, something to
What we
improve the
would call
lifespan.
rehabilitation work.
Huh?
We had planned our scope. You're talking about a project that we have. That would be what we call rehabilitation work.
Okay. But not necessarily rehabilitation work, but just like replacement of bridges in general. Like, this bridge is almost 100 years old at this point. We've discussed, like, is there like a set standard that for not even just this bridge, but bridges throughout New Hampshire, that DOT looks at, like, we're at a 125-year lifespan, this needs to be replaced? Like, is there kind of a lifespan?
Care to answer that?
I mean, are there,
We'll do better than I.
if I can add another element to that question, there are other compromises to this structure as well. There's restricted height due to some structural elements that you can probably only have one truck on it anyway, because you have to split the lane to avoid the clipped corners. Are there other design elements that would play into the decision to replace the bridge proactively rather than sink, $30 million to extend it by another 30 years when it's already 95 years old?
So we have a recommended investment schedule for our typical I-beam concrete deck bridges. We anticipate coming in at about year 20 to strip the pavement and the membrane and redo that. Do it again at year 40, and by year 60, the deck is typically ready to be replaced. And then once that deck is replaced, then we start it again at year 80, 100, and by 120 years, we're anticipating that the bridge, if we've done that good maintenance throughout, that we would then be looking at replacing. That's the investment schedule. But do we have it funded to the point where, and we're looking ahead to that 120 year, and we've got the money in the bank? No. And
I'm not necessarily looking for money.
no.
I'm just looking for game plan, like that schedule. Like,
yes.
we expect to do it every
and
120
that's
years.
in
is about when we
general how
average.
we're trying to move forward with our bridge maintenance and preservation.
Would you say, you gave the example of, if a bridge has been well maintained and well cared for, you're looking for 120 years. Would you consider this bridge in that category of well maintained and well cared for, and thus has a 120-year life cycle, or do you think differently about this particular bridge?
I'm going to say this one's looking good, decent at year 100. So to get another 20 years out of it is very conceivable. And I want to just point out, I've been with the department for 38 years and with bridge design for 35, and this is the first time I've ever seen a situation like this where we've discovered that a designed member was put onto the plans in an undersized fashion. This is really a rarity.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, has that applied additional stress factors to the other members on the bridge that are of concern, or is it really just isolated to those undersized members?
I guess I would say that a bridge, the components of a bridge will, when something feels like it's being overstretched, it will redistribute and try and send load other places. That said, there's not a lot of places for the load to go in the truss. It may redistribute down a diagonal and back up another diagonal to get around something, but really the only way for the load, the reaction to get to the ground, which is ultimately where it needs to get, is through that truss member. So I think we got a little lucky in the sense that some of those factors of safeties might have been pushed a little bit more to the edge. It also shows that I think from a materials standpoint, assessments of strength tend to be a little conservative. We know that things are going to age and be exposed to environmental, weather and de-icing salts and all that stuff. So I think as an industry, we're pretty conservative when it comes to these things, and it's all in the name of safety. But I don't have the ability to feel what the bridge was feeling, but I would think that based on the numbers, it was feeling some stress.
As you inspect this bridge once a year, will it ever reach a place where any concerns would put the bridge on the 10-year plan? Are there adjustments to the 10-year plan that?
There,
Want me to do this one?
I guess I was going to start by saying as a redless bridge, we inspect it twice. As a state-owned bridge,
Right.
we inspect it twice a year.
Okay.
And those inspections would inform the office to, if things were getting worse, that we would do additional calculations, and you theoretically could see the reduction from 10 tons to 6 tons, and as far down as 3 tons, if we wanted to keep it open for as long as possible for some use, rather than just close it. But as far as the 10-year plan is concerned, I guess, please get adjusted.
We update the 10-year plan once every 2 years, and we are looking at our inventory annually to see which bridges have moved in capacity or condition state, so that we can make recommendations to the front office to say, hey, this project needs to bump up a little higher, the funding needs to be made available a little sooner than it was showing in the last 10-year plan because of these observations, and that happens with some regularity.
I have to say this. If you go back to your bypass map for a sec, I got a reason for you to bump it up right now.
Northbound or southbound?
Right there.
Yeah.
Either one of those.
In case you
So-
gentlemen aren't aware, this is our fire chief, our acting fire chief, who's our interim town manager as well.
So just the other day, we shut down 93 for a pretty significant accident. All commercial traffic coming down through has to go down Route 3 as it's the backup corridor for north-south in the state. There is no other bypass unless you go down 25 and come up to force
Island.
all commercial traffic down our residential streets through Main Street. And that's to include compressed natural gas, tractor trailers, which we utilize in this town, and gasoline tankers, which are several times up and down 93. I know because I've seen them crash. With that being said, is that's a huge problem. That's a safety risk for a small community. And that is the only other north-south corridor between here and New Hampton. So there's no other bypass for this section of 93, which we shut down several times a year. So riddle me why that wouldn't be escalated. Not only that, the National Guard armory right there, but you can't even drive a single truck over that bridge right now. And they're all coming in, which that corner, I don't know if you guys have driven this intersection right here. It's right down there.
The circle?
We just had a tractor trailer take out the traffic circle right there because it couldn't make that swing, where if it was to go north-south, it would have been able to manipulate it just fine.
I would point out that there was also an incident with a train and a National Guard truck that was backed up at the traffic circle. They had approached the traffic circle with the trailer and weren't able to enter the traffic circle, and a train came through and clipped the trailer. You know, had they been able to go up to the exit 26 exit and come around and come across that bridge, that would not have been an issue either.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been even in that section.
No.
When did that happen?
2 years ago?
Yeah, I think too.
So this bridge is a big concern, hence why you and I had many conversations when you made me that awful phone call. So my concern is not only that, is the commercial. I witness it all the time. Commercial traffic up and down and through the tractor trails, etc. They're going to ignore it. You know, it's old Yankees. But there is a significant impact for safety for the northbound traffic I-93, which includes the only north-south corridor in Route 25. So that should escalate it right there. I mean, certainly. It's a
Yeah, because
major
if all you
concern.
think about is this, well, it's only an extra mile,
I appreciate that.
that's one story, but
We shut down that interstate regularly.
We appreciate knowing that. Thank you.
if there's any public comments, this is actually, I think, a great moment to introduce any public comments. Please approach the microphone, introduce yourself. We'd love your comments.
Just a quick question. If all of the signs were ignored, would it mean the life of the bridge would be, that 20 years would be significantly reduced? Or would it mean the bridge could collapse?
The latter. Yeah, there's only so much blue wedge.
I was going to ask the same thing. Can I expand on that
Yes.
question? So since 1985, vehicles have been using this in its current state, right?
Yes.
With whatever E2 rating it's had.
I agree.
And,
I
the proof is in
can't-
the pudding. It hasn't collapsed,
I get that.
right? So, I mean, I understand that engineering is supposed to, calculate a theoretical maximum and apply some margins of safety, but, oftentimes those, there's a lot of theoretical safety in there.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay, thank you.
I will tell you that nobody has ever shook the hand of an engineer that closed a bridge too soon.
Right.
If we wait and we allow, and we could make an engineering judgment that is performed the way it has for a long time, and it can make a judgment that it could.
Yeah.
That's not going to be very comforting if the next truck goes across it and causes a failure, and then there's injury.
Right. And even worse if that truck is a school bus.
That's correct.
Or
True.
if that truck is performing an oil or gas delivery to the gas station that's right there. You certainly don't want to lose a petroleum
Tanker.
product into that riverway,
Yeah,
Which would then go downstream and,
right.
Yes.
which would go all the way to Concord.
yeah, so avoidance of tragedy is really what we're here for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we respect that. I
Yeah,
just,
100%.
yeah, we're just frustrated with, and it's nothing you guys, it's your bosses, legislation. It's just, it's a major concern. So,
I have another question.
Yes.
Just in theory. Oh, sorry. Do you want to come up?
Yes.
I'll wait.
Thank you very much. The first thing that I think of when I think of this bridge and its history since 1930 is two floods in the 1930s that overtopped that bridge. And so if we're talking about how kind has nature been to this bridge, is that something that's already been assessed, like the metal tensile strength has been assessed in that regard, or has that detracted from its potential life?
Well, I guess I would say that the fact that the bridge withstood the flood means that it did okay. If a bridge gets affected by a flood and it comes through okay, we will do an inspection to make sure that nothing is moved, nothing is shifted, that the substructures are okay, that it all, no pun intended, weathered the storm appropriately, and we'll make a judgment that it can be open to traffic and to public use again. If it were not, we would possibly have emergency funding to come in and fix something. That said, the amount of hydraulic analysis that was done in 1930 to assess the elevation of the bridge and decide what was going to hit it in the next 500 years or whatever, I don't know. But if we were to go back and replace the bridge at this point, we would do all kinds of hydraulics, and there might be a judgment that says the bridge has to come up 5 feet or something like that, and then we would make those assessments during a replacement. But I would say that the event of a storm that may inundate a bridge in and of itself is not going to hurt the bridge from a material standpoint, but if it causes the bridge to undermine and sink or tilt or something of that effect, that certainly could affect the bridge's performance after the storm. Did that answer your question?
So the other question I have is let's say a decision was made to replace this bridge. What's the timeline? Like what's a typical timeline? What's an expedited timeline? If the decision was made, hey, this really needs to be replaced, how long does it take to design a bridge? How long would it take to build it? Like from soup to nuts, how many years? But from the decision to make it until the first car crosses it.
I would say a good running number is about 5 years.
Okay.
And that includes
Assuming the funding is in place.
assuming the
Right.
funding is.
Right, and that's always the
That
question,
includes
right?
the permitting processes, the right,
It's not a fast process.
It's not a fast
Easily
process.
could be 15,
Oh,
because you gotta get
absolutely.
onto the 10-year plan, right? And
That's correct.
then you've gotta wait.
Once design, once
it's up
everything
and
is in
then
place to begin design and the design process has started, which includes permitting, right-of-way assessments, all
Right.
those, all
But
that kind of thing.
that's
and
the
plan
end of the
development.
10-year plan,
That's
right?
the end, that's correct. So once the engineer puts.
And this
pen to
isn't even
paper,
on the 10-year
it's all
plan.
5 years.
Can you go back to your slide with your project 44407?
Right there,
So
in the middle.
it's not 4444? That project is not on the 10-year plan.
It is,
It is.
it's in the 10-year.
It's
plan.
in the
But
10-year plan.
it's in the 10-year plan for the scope that was just to address the condition problems with the bridge, not the capacity problems with the bridge. Because at the time that it was added to the 10-year plan, the capacity problem with the bridge was not
Was not
understood.
known. And is that project funded under the 10-year plan right now?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the possibility of expanding that project under that timeline?
Expanding the project to boost the capacity above the 10-ton limit that it has today, conceivable. Turning this into a whole new bridge project, highly unlikely.
Why?
Because it wasn't scoped in the 10-year plan for that. When we head out to restart the next 10-year plan process, we have gasset hearings that go throughout the state. There's probably 20 of them throughout the state where everyone's making their pitch for.
We had one recently for a roundabout
Right, on Tenny Mountain.
on 25.
This was on that, in
Yeah.
that conversation as well. Yeah.
That's right. It was on. Was it on there for sidewalks though? Or
So we had 3 that we were talking about in that
okay.
hearing, one of which got cut.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't have anything else right now.
Thanks, guys. Excuse me.
I just had a quick question. Well, 2 things. Number one, that was a great opportunity for you to have said inconceivable, and that opportunity doesn't come up all the time. But in the consideration of the posting, that's a 2-way road. I imagine, just in my simple scope of my thinking, is that is taking into consideration vehicles on the bridge at the same time. Would the weight limit come up if there was a stop lamp there that would keep one mode of traffic from either direction and lighten the load anticipations? Just thinking outside the box.
I appreciate that.
Okay. And thanks for not letting buses fall off.
Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you off the top of my head. I don't know the numbers off in my mind. You know, when we assess a bridge for load rating, we do assess it for single lane loaded and we do assess it for multi-lane loaded. And then whichever controls, which sometimes a single lane loaded can control, we respond appropriate, whatever the numbers will tell us. This particular bridge, because it has multi-lanes, was assessed for both. I don't know off the top of my head if and what the change would be to the posting if we were to limit the crossings to 1 lane only. Good question.
Is that something you can look into?
It is something we can look into.
And, well,
And I will.
Thank you.
I don't know, I can't tell you what, if anything, that will lead to in decision-making for the state. I think it might be intriguing to consider that, but I don't know what that would mean for traffic volumes. What the backup with the interchange at New Hampshire 25 and things of that nature, how far would the queue go back before you start impacting other intersections? So that's not my forte. That would have to fall under highway design or some kind of traffic analysis, but certainly we could make an assessment to say, it would be pretty easy to look at it and say, oh, that would get us to 15 tons, or no, it would still remain at 10 tons. But past that, it would be a lot of considerations to think about whether we would actually do it.
Well, as emergency manager, I would appreciate you doing that for the north-south. Thank you.
Yep.
I do remember my second question now. So, with this project, it's currently in the 10-year plan, and the 10-year plan gets reassessed every 2 years. I think we just went through this cycle, so I assume the next update for the 10-year plan is 2027?
The draft for the 2027 to 2036 10-year plan should be signed by the governor before the end of this fiscal year, which is June 30th, 2026. So it'll be
So I guess the next question, the crux of my question is, when's the next cycle for this project to possibly be updated to be a true rehabilitation?
It would be a true rehabilitation, to get more funding, to get everything changed in it. Would
For its
be
capacity load.
So that would be in the 10-year plan that would be signed in June 30th, 2028.
Thank you.
Can't say engineers don't plan ahead.
All right. Any other questions from the community? Thank you. We appreciate you.
Despite our
coming in.
criticisms, thank you both for your professional handling of this and for coming to talk to us.
And honestly, making a fairly complicated issue understandable.
Yes. Finally know what all those E2 signs mean.
In all due respect, your PowerPoint was great. Very educated.
It was. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd always wondered that.
Now you know.
I actually thought E2 was like good for like
More.
was unrestricted, but no.
Yeah.
Not so much.
Now, if I can get into the trucking industry,
Right?
they're not so interested in
No.
hearing from me.
I think my knowledge of those signs was garnered from the trucking industry and learned today it was wrong.
Thank goodness you're not a trucker.
You just turned a whole bunch of stuff off.
Plug that back in.
It's okay, we'll get it. It'll come back.
I've got your coat.
This is why this setup is really terrible.
Do we need a power button on that one?
Plug in.
Blinking.
Do we need?
I don't think I stopped sharing, so I hope I didn't mess up your computer stuff.
Make it work.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's what I know.
That is.
And never going over a bridge again.
Check your car's weight.
The legislature just wants to cut taxes.
You might just pause and let somebody come over going forward.
What happened if a big boulder just happened to land on that bridge?
like it fell out of the back of a dump truck.
That was too heavy to begin with.
I'm sitting here wondering how heavy is those trains that go over it?
So wait, we have a dump truck we have to get rid of. We have to destroy, right? We
Two birds, one stone.
anybody want to hit a bridge abutment?
Wow. You think that'll get us up
The bridge abutments are under
down?
No.
Or just without a bridge?
It's a good question. It's a good question. Well, I don't know. Depends on whether or not we can get away with the insurance money.
We're still
Not recording.
We're still recording.
I
I don't
guys.
think talking about it as actively recorded meeting.
I'm pretty
is gonna
sure we
be-
are still recording.
We're definitely not.
Okay.
We're definitely
All
not.
right.
Well, actually, we might be for PBTV.
Yeah.
We might be Mike.
Sorry.
We'll know in the minutes.
All right. No insurance fraud.
As much as we'd like to joke about it, we will not do that.
Well, I wasn't on record of saying it, so.
Way to try to throw us all under the bridge there.
You're not catching me under that bridge.
Honestly, the fact that it hasn't changed and like they were like, oh yeah, we're good. You know, it was, you know, there might be some incremental degradation of structures, but like the catching a mistake of one top chord element and the deck being heavier is like
No.
that's
40 years.
That's what margins of error.
40 years
Yeah.
We feel bad
Yeah.
about crossing the
Yeah.
bridge. and
not being recognized.
Right.
knowing that.
I'm just
41
thinking
years.
from the bigger picture.
Yeah, no.
Done fine, right? 85?
Yeah, as well you should.
Sorry,
41
No,
years.
I'm not worried about us with that station location right now.
All right. We're back online. Our next agenda item of the evening is Christopher Mayhew regarding a request for consideration of the Clay Brook Conservation Parcel. I think the board has had an opportunity to review the materials at this point, both from Christopher and his organization, as well as some of the things we've received from NRI and Conservation Commission on this
And there was a
topic.
letter from the family.
And the Favre.
Right.
And a letter from the
Family.
Favres themselves. How do we want to handle this?
Do we want to ask, I mean, Joan Jurley's here, she could address the letter they submitted from the Conservation Commission. Do we want to let the applicant reiterate where they were?
Yeah, let's start with the applicant and
It's
have.
not really an applicant, it's Chris.
Okay, well we'll take representatives
Say
of
applicants or proxies.
proxies. Just to give a little bit of context of why you've brought that request to the town, what your interest is there, so that we can have a productive conversation.
Hello, I am Jessica Mayhew.
I'm Brian Mayhew.
We are the other 2/3 of Fowl Inc., along with Christopher. He couldn't be here tonight, he had conflict. But this is about a proposal that we brought beginning of last month about the Claybrook parcel. It was transferred into town hands. It is a property that is 88 acres. It contains predominantly wetland and abuts our parcel at 128 Old Hebron Road. So we are Fowl Inc. We are a land and wildlife management company. It's the three of us. It's obviously a private company, not a public company. And so we were looking to acquire the parcel that abuts our current 128 Old Hebron parcel to continue to do some of the management that we've been doing on our own parcels. So 128 has been heavily managed for conservation, for wildlife in particular, over the last, how long have we lived there? however old I am. So this feels like a natural step. The forests are contiguous, right? They're abutting our property. We know the land very well. We have obviously walked the land, made assessments of what it contains in terms of natural resources and things like that. And so we put together a management plan for you. I do know that there's also another management plan that goes along and the Conservation Committee gave to us after the fact. I didn't see it beforehand before we put that thing together. So it's nice to know that there are interested entities who are essentially working hard to conserve this particular parcel that is of substantial ecological value. What else can I answer for you at the moment?
Why is it better than under you than the one that's under? What competitive advantage do you bring?
From the, excuse me?
What competitive advantage do you bring?
So, well, that's an interesting framing of conservation from the sort of lens of competitiveness. But public ownership is one model of conservation. Private ownership is another model of conservation. Obviously, it depends on what state we're in, right? What region of the world we are in, and who are the stakeholders in the preservation, the conservation of different parcels. Public ownership is not the only effective model. Private ownership also can be quite effective. So I don't know if you have any.
I was just going to point out that two of the conservation parcels under the Pemmy Baker easement there are in private ownership that are adjacent to the conservation we're discussing now. So one is a 300-acre parcel, Norman Blank owns it. Another is a 100-acre parcel, it's Plymouth Mountain Trailhead, and our neighbors, the Baileys, own that now. So I don't necessarily think it's inherently bad for private entities to own conservation land, especially if there's already protections in place. There's really no threat there.
We also can bring in resources that public entities don't necessarily have access to, right? A lot of times that means capital. So there are different sorts of paths, essentially, that we are having to follow, whether we are public or we're private. So that is another kind of point of access for us.
So,
Go ahead.
So you mentioned resources that you can bring in. Can you enumerate what those are and what the advantage to the town of Plymouth would be for you to bring those in?
Private resources?
Yes.
In,
For this particular plot of land that we're talking about.
you need me to give you a particular number on,
So
on
like,
the management
like a dollar
portion?
amount, is that what you're
I'm
asking?
looking to understand better.
Yeah.
Well, you're bringing in the argument that you can bring in these things. So
Yes.
what are they, what's the value, and why should it even be considered?
Sure. So access to funding, we can work through
NRCS, yep.
right, being we also, as a private entity, have access to grant funding that maybe public entities don't have access to.
Private investors.
Private investors, right? So if that's just strictly if we're talking about capital. If we're talking about time and labor, right, we have a wide network of individuals who can do a variety of things, whether that's forestry work, whether that is invasive management, so any of the management that needs to sort of happen so if you have to fell timber or if you need to collect samples, right? I'm a scientist, and I did bring my CV for anybody if you wanted to take a look at it. But I bring the scientific expertise, right? So I have lots of experience in research methodology, putting together research plans, right, start to finish. So that's from project conception all the way to publication. So I bring a wealth of, expertise and knowledge into this space that is useful for us to be able to draft plans like this and to work on the parcels that we're interested in working on.
And Jess, is that harder for you to contribute that through the Conservation Commission and through volunteer work there versus doing it through privately owned property?
It depends on what you mean by hard. So I know that the Conservation Committee is limited by everybody's bandwidth and their capacity to take on tasks, and I know that they do rely on volunteers. So you have to have a sort of deep bench in order to get people to show up to do the things that you need them to do, whether that's invasive mitigation or
trash cleanup,
or and those are really just sort of some of the rudimentary things that should be happening on all parcels all the time. But then sort of doing some of the other kinds of work, you have to either invite students and work on research plans with them. I know the Conservation Committee has done some of that. And that there are, access points within the community for students to also participate. But again, sort of limited by time. Funding as well for the board just in general. I know that the budget is not everything that it could be, and so that also poses some economic limitations there.
But is there the potential to take your efforts, your capital, to then work with the Conservation Committee? Sort of, I'm simplifying, but your efforts, all it encompasses with the Conservation Committee.
Yeah, in an ideal scenario, you would have public and private entities working together to sort of support one another. I am really not sure about that possibility. I do get a sense that there's a little tension between us and the board. I don't know if that is well-founded or not, but I have not been corrected, right? So I would say that, yes, ideally, the collaboration system is the one that is ideal, especially when you're working on multidisciplinary projects. So yes, that would be the preferred sort of method to do that.
And was that presented to the, I know there...
On a few occasions, we have reached out to the Conservation Board in Plymouth and in Holderness, especially in regards to our pond, the Oxbow piece. We got involved in something that we didn't know we were getting involved in.
Yep.
We heard it was up for sale. We made an offer on it, purchased it, found out after that Holderness was adamant on getting that as well as the big fields along the highway there for the Oxbow Preserve. We had no idea we were stepping on toes. But then after that point, we were sort of ostracized, never approached for an easement on it, never approached for access rights or anything of that regard. And so we decided to just put together a plan on another piece that we were interested in and see if we could purchase that one from you guys. Yeah. There's no ill intention whatsoever.
Yeah, the part that strikes me is it just seems like your motivations and ours are so aligned that I don't know. Like, I'm struggling to understand why it is beneficial for us to like take money from you to buy a piece to change the ownership when the intention is conservation on that piece of property.
Well,
and so really it's a talk of like public conservation model versus private. And I'm struggling to understand a strong benefit from like doing all of that rather than figuring out how to bury the hatchet between you and the
Sure, we're
conservation
also,
commission.
yeah, for sure, and we're also interested in that conversation. So if the lines of communication are open for good faith conversation, then I'm more than happy to have those discussions.
But a purchase of this land would allow the conservation to replenish their coffers and then potentially go after easements on other properties, especially high value properties that are under threat of development in the area. So we're not, again, not trying to limit, we're trying to expand what the Town Conservation Commission can do.
I hadn't considered that angle, but that's a good one for sure.
You do have, there is a Farber gentleman who is on the Zoom now. That if you wanted to hear from him of what his...
I definitely would. It looks like at this exact
family's
moment,
intent.
he has stood up and walked away.
Of course.
You made the
Sorry.
absolute worst timing there. But we do have some conservation folks here, which I won't make you awkwardly stand in the wings, but I'd love to just hear some thoughts and comments around this in general.
I'm the obvious person to do it since I meet with you guys on a regular basis and you know me, and particularly since you know my background in conservation and the background of most of this particular, the Conservation Commission now is full. We have 5 alternates. We have a CV. I've been in conservation and natural resource management for 50 years plus. Plus we have educated PhDs. We have a GIS specialist. So I think it would be great to, it's good to hear that you have a level of expertise, but I think currently, because of the community that we live in and the level of expertise of our Conservation Commission that will continue to have that level of expertise, it's a hard one to beat, quite frankly. I'm quite proud of our Conservation Commission. My question to you guys is, well, first it's interesting because the land was never up for sale. So I guess the question to the select board is, if the town puts a piece of land up for sale, and it would obviously have to be a public sale, right?
Not necessarily. So the select board has the authority to sell land at whatever process they choose. So we do have the sort of authority to dispose of land through a sale. That being said, I think this board would use some sort of public process, right? That's just been sort of our MO. But authority-wise, there doesn't have to be.
Okay. So, well, let's break it down into 2 things. Our ability to access funds for grants, which, because and our ability to manage and steward this land appropriately and actually to the very best that it can be stewarded, and our ability to utilize partners. You say you have access to all kinds of NRCS. We have access to National Association of Conservation Commissions. Barbara Richter has been the director of Conservation Commissions. We were selected as one of the communities to assess the Wildlife Action Plan and come up with a project, which was a great project that they've used statewide. We have a new NRI that is top level and would give us access to a whole range of grants, because part of the grant process is not only to have an NRI, but to have a good quality NRI, which we currently are in the process. We have a draft that we're sending, that the Conservation Commission is currently reviewing and will make, finalize within the next month or two, hopefully within the next month. It's a 100-page NRI. It's got a whole set of maps with it. And as I said, we have an ongoing relationship with the biologist and the contractor that will continue to carry on with for as long as, they choose to stay in business. And we also asked him, our current contractor, to put together an assessment of this property for this purpose. And he had that assessment to us within 4 days. They visited the property, they gave us an assessment, and they are available because they have a staff of scientists. They're available to do that at any point in time. Laura Deming is one of the top environmental scientists. Yeah. No. We hired a contractor to update our NRI, and it's not Forco. No.
Is that a local contractor?
No, they're out of southern New Hampshire. I think they've done 160 NRIs across the state. They're exceptional. And we can add to it as we want. I mean, we have, in fact, I don't have it with me. Shall I read the assessment for the public that they sent?
I don't know that.
I don't know.
I don't think it's necessary.
I don't think it's necessary.
But I think that our ability to manage, to oversee the conservation quality of this piece of land, I don't think that you can challenge that with your expertise. And that's a big statement, but I'm going to challenge you on that statement. And I don't have a bad relationship with you guys. I'm the chair, and I've been willing to come to you guys.
Joan, I'll actually interrupt you a little bit.
Yeah.
This does feel like a fairly adversarial approach to this conversation.
Oh, right. I guess, yeah.
I can't speak for the Mayhews, but the point I made earlier as they were talking, I think is really valid, that I think that their intention is almost 100% aligned with yours. This isn't a situation where they're looking to acquire this piece of property and then put in condos or something. This is a situation, right, where it's a debate between private and public conservation, two different bodies that are deeply invested in a piece of property and would like to see it be conserved. So we could take this approach and probably ostracize the Mayhews.
Oh, and I'm not ostracizing you guys. I'm just, when you...
It does certainly feel like that, and it's really hard to actually have a dialogue, and we have tried and approached you.
All right, well, I apologize for that. I'm just saying that I'm
not looking for an apology, I'm looking for a conversation.
Right,
I do think that our goals are aligned, but it feels very much like as a committee, I'm not, but you are the chair, that there is a lot of friction here, and we are not quite certain why that might be. So if there is information that you could provide us so that we could better understand what's going on, that would be wonderful, because we are long-term residents of this community. We went to the high school. I had
so did I.
right?
I know you guys. I mean, we know you guys. Yeah. I guess I was just, when it was asked what, I got the impression, let's just say, that you didn't fully understand the capabilities of the Conservation Commission in terms of overseeing this land for conservation purposes. A few of the things that you said, Joe.
If the contention is our management plan, I mean, we're not down to that. I mean, if you guys had a management plan and then wanted us to work off of that, obviously that is something we would honor and do. This has nothing to do with our management.
Right.
I just want to know what the point of contention is with us owning that piece of public, but everybody, all my neighbors own pieces of public with the Fogger East Trailhead on it, Plymouth Mountain Trailhead.
So
those were all in conservations before they were sold. Just like the piece that you guys now have, the Claybrook parcel, that was in conservation before it was donated. So the donation to the town did not put these building restrictions on it. It was already there. These protections were already in place. That land was, the reason it was sold, or those other two parcels were sold and that one was donated, was to offset capital gains. I spoke to the man, my neighbor, Peter Faulker, in terms of purchasing that, and he said he would speak to his brothers and then come back to me and my brother and have a conversation. He came back with that reasoning. So I do appreciate everybody saying it was donated for conservation, but it was already in conservation.
So let me pause this conversation because I think we have a
So that was going to
FOVR.
be the second.
I think we have a FOVR on the Zoom, a former, not the the part of the family who originally donated it.
Yeah, Peter has a house on a road. Fred does not live in the area or the state. I don't think so.
Well, I'm not sure which one we have, but I think we have.
Mention one more thing.
Yes, that would be fine, John.
Of the conservation of the community. If we were to sell land that was donated to the town for conservation to a private landowner, it would set a precedent. And the precedent, setting that precedent that that the town of Plymouth is willing to sell off land that was donated to the town for that purpose is not, in our mind, worth whatever financial gain that the town would get for it. It would be a very, very, I used to work for land trusts, and I know of several cases where donated land was sold off to private entities, and it eliminated people in those communities, or with that, in one case, the college, of ever getting private land donated to them again. And that's a precedent that we, as a Conservation Commission, would find very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and I think that that's, for me, the strongest argument about the whole item is, if the intention of the FOVRs was for it to be in public conservation, then I would want surviving FOVRs to be extraordinarily comfortable with a transition from a public conservation to a private conservation. And I certainly wouldn't be comfortable with some sort of transfer to non-conservation, right?
Right.
But I think that would be, to me, and that's why I would love to hear from the FOVR, FOVR.
The other landowners
it would
that
help.
we have had calls, the Conservation Commission, about donating other land to the town for conservation.
Which we obviously want that,
And I think
those
this
doors
would
to be
change
open. Yeah.
That would change that narrative very much.
Was the land on Tenny Mountain donated to the Forest Society?
To the Forest Society?
The one with the windmills on it?
I don't know.
Now it is. So it was donated to the Forest Society, who turned around and sold it to a private entity that then leased it to a Spanish wind farm, who sends all the energy down to Massachusetts. So sort of a precedent set, but in a negative way already in the community.
That's not in Plymouth.
Not town.
That's
No,
not
I
in
completely understand. I'm saying in the surrounding area.
Well, that's, it is, it's not a good, and it's not a good precedent.
No, but again,
It's bad. That's the worst possible example. Yeah.
this parcel, there's no threat of anything happening. I mean, say, there's no.
Because, and you're saying because of the easements that are already.
It's already existing. Yeah, it's not going.
Right, well, that's, and that's, I guess, a FOB, this is a good time to turn it over to the FOBers. And I apologize, you guys, I know you. I just want to, make sure you understand the capabilities of that.
Oh, no.
And I've never felt any animosity, nor has, as far as I know.
Just reading the minutes, it kind of, sounds like we're being painted in a negative light.
Sorry for that, we apologize for that, yeah.
Well, if the most positive thing that comes out of that is an open communication between you all, then that I greatly appreciate. Do we have somebody online?
It says iPad, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Please,
Would it be appropriate to read the letter that we received this morning from Fred?
It would be if it was him who was online. I would just love to hear his own words.
Mr. Favre, are you online?
See no.
He's
See no
there. He just is
motion or
muted.
reaction.
You, I don't
Right.
think.
Are you muted in the room?
Oh, we are muted. Yeah, the audio.
Oh, snap.
That isn't the audio that transmits, though.
I think it might be for the Zoom meeting.
Maybe.
Yeah. Do you want to try that, Zach?
Mr. Favre, can you hear us?
Oh, you're on mute.
We've gotten his attention,
There
which
you go.
probably means he's missed the entire
He's on
conversation,
mute.
which is more than unfortunate. But
You're on mute right now.
Do you want to message him?
I think he's trying to unmute it.
yeah, give him just a moment.
He's
There
unmuted.
you go.
Okay,
Can you hear us, sir?
yes, I can. It's Peter Fowler.
Okay, Mr. Favre, we've been discussing the Claybrook parcel, and I apologize. You may not have been able to hear that conversation. We just realized that maybe we weren't broadcasting audio. The conversation we've been having is, I think, fundamentally boils down to a model of private conservation versus public conservation. The group that has approached us is very interested in acquiring that piece of land for private conservation. So no change in use of the land, just under different stewardship. And so we've just been hearing that debate here this evening between private versus public stewardship. And we thought if you were here and you were involved in the original donation of that piece, if you have a perspective or a feeling on private versus public conservation.
Well, I think I dropped some letters off this morning from my brothers. I don't know whether they said that.
Same ones that
they-
We have those, but we figured since you were online, we could
Yes,
certainly
yes.
read those, but hearing your words is always powerful.
Yes, I think that, I think the public conservation is very important. And if this is in private ownership, it's going to be managed privately. But public conservation, so people are free to walk on it and go to that area, I think is very, very important. And that's what I think our parents intended when they did this. They wanted it, they gave it to the town with the idea that it would be used and managed, and the stewardship would be in the hands of the town. They gifted it to the town. So that's, I don't know if that answers your question or not. But,
Yes. Thank you for a clear and concise response.
okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Did you want to go back to the podium, Joan?
Yeah.
You guys would allow public access, right?
Let's get Mayhew's up to the podium too.
Get everybody up here. Yeah. Actually, I mean, the two of you have had enough comments. If you want to sit, we're a participatory
Yeah,
board
that's
here.
a question I was just, I mean, would
was
there or
gonna say,
wouldn't there be public?
There are lots of seats.
It would be limited to the portion where Norman LeBlanc limits the public access. Just
We can't hear you.
At the microphone.
sorry,
Yeah, I know.
you're the wrong person.
We want to make sure we have it, despite our microphone issue.
Yeah, I think that's a good question
On a-
for the Favres.
Right.
I
On
mean-
an adjacent piece of conservation land under the same conservation easement, there's signage that limits public access from X date to X date. Usually to limit harassment of animals, plus he hunts a little in there, so. But we would limit public access no more than that. I mean, again, Huh?
During hunting season?
Sure, to give animals a little bit of a break in certain areas. I mean, it gets to. I'm not trying to be overly dramatic, but there was a pickup truck parked at the bottom of my field every single day this hunting season. Every single day. On my land, on my neighbor's land, in the Claybrook parcel. They see no boundary, especially with wildlife, on private and public. So they wander onto my piece and shoot whatever they want and trash it and do all kinds of things. So limiting public access, I think, behooves conservation commissions in order to provide, wildlife corridors and areas for animals to escape the pressure of our encroachment. because it's never ending. So I mean, if that answers your question there, I don't know.
Yeah, I think primarily for the farmers to know.
Yeah. Okay, public ownership, as it is now, would be answerable to a public input. And whereas if it's privately owned, it would not be. And I think the whole purpose of what the donors did, our parents did, is they wanted it to be publicly owned and publicly managed, which is what has happened, and we would like it to continue. And so it just.
I appreciate that sentiment. What about the piece that you sold to the Baileys and then the piece that you sold to the LeBlancs? That's private, but it's conservation easement. It's the same conservation piece.
Well, yeah, those are conservation rights, but we gifted that to this. We gifted this to the town of Plymouth.
Just a little.
Gifted that to who? The town? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, to offset the.
let's keep it.
Downing.
Let's keep it limited to this piece. I mean,
Yes. Well, I'm just using. This was one giant piece. That was.
and all of it wasn't donated.
That
Is your
was
point?
no,
some,
no, no.
Some of it was sold.
chopped up. Some was put in a building lot. Some was chopped up into conservation here, and so I don't understand the contention with us owning a particular piece, but everybody else in the neighborhood is allowed to own a particular piece.
Those pieces aren't in question right now. I'd
No,
like,
I
I'd like to
completely
keep
get
the,
it.
you know, and what other
I
owners
just
do
wanna
with
keep
land
it
that's
all
been
consistent.
transferred
I
is
mean,
not relevant to this
Yeah,
discussion.
if you're adhering to these standards on one parcel, then you should probably.
But
we as a
you're
board
talking
can-
about other people's decisions,
We as a
not
board
the
can
town.
only adhere to the intentions that we understand from the piece that went to us, and we
Yeah,
can't
absolutely.
can't really speak to. We have just somebody who approached the microphone. So
Hi, my name is Ina Ahern. I'm a longtime Plymouth resident. I am an alternate on the Conservation Commission. I'm also a teacher at Plymouth Regional High School. And this fall, my students in my environmental science class participated in a forestry industry recognized credential program. And we were out there on that property, and yes, it was during hunting season Amy Bailey went with us, and we looked at some of her property, and we looked at some of the property, this Claybrook parcel that we're talking about. And so, yes, I do have a concern if it ends up being closed. Now, I'm sure I could contact you and get permission, but I will also tell you that I had never been into the Oxbow property from the 175 side. I had always, my brother Hayes, the hayfield over there, so I had been in from that end. So I came in from there, and wow, that is quite a pond in there, but it's posted. So again, because it was posted, and again, I'm sure if I had contacted you, you probably would have given me permission to go on it. But it was a case of I was out there exploring on a day, and I ran into the posted sign.
I could
So
provide
again,
you with a
I
lot
think
of
that's
evidence of why it's posted.
and I know, and you brought that to one of our Conservation Commission meetings, and I do understand that. But again, so to me, the public access to that, it's a great site, so close to the high school. We're 7 minutes in the bus away from it. It gives us a lot of time out there to look at the different land use, the different logging history of it, tree ID, the different habitat types. It was a really, really great experience for our kids to have that opportunity to view that this fall. So just wanted to share that. Thank you.
thanks, Anna.
That was great, and I fully appreciate that. I love when students work on projects. I work on with graduate students, producing theses. I work with undergraduate students regularly. So if you would like to have additional help, that would be something that we can definitely bring to the table.
Yeah, we wouldn't try to prohibit that.
Yeah, we're
in
not
any way,
working to
shape, or
prohibit
form.
that.
We
I mean,
invite that.
education is really a cornerstone and is super important to the three of us. So.
Thank you.
I'm Janice Mulherin. I'm on Pemmy Baker Land Trust. So we hold the conservation easement for the property. And for us, it doesn't matter who owns it because our responsibility is to the easement. So whether the Mayhews own it or the town of Plymouth own it, doesn't matter to us because we will make sure that that easement is upheld. We've had a great working relationship with the Plymouth Conservation Commission. We notify them every fall when we monitor it. We've had a member of the Conservation Commission join us for every monitoring trip. We take the responsibility of monitoring very seriously. We have insurance that if we needed to take action to make sure that that easement is upheld, we will take action to uphold it. So our position is it doesn't really matter as long as everybody understands what that easement means and that we will work hard to uphold it. The other thing is, I lost my train of thought. It sets, like Joan said, it sets a terrible precedent when a piece of land is donated for an easement, and then the town turns around and sells it. I've been a selectman. I understand the pros and cons of being in the real estate business, so to speak, but it really doesn't look favorably upon a town when they sell something that's been donated. So I would, from that perspective, I would encourage you to keep the Conservation Commission as the owner, as the manager of it in the town of Plymouth owning it. Thank you.
Zach, would you want me to read the letter from Fred Falver that we received this morning?
Yeah, if you have a handy, that would be great.
I do. Peter, do you mind if I read the letter that your brother Fred submitted this morning?
No, please do. Yeah.
Okay. So this is addressed to the Plymouth Select Board, Town Manager, and Conservation Commission, dated April 12. It says, in early March of this year, I learned the town of Plymouth was considering selling to a private party the 88-acre parcel of land my family had donated to the town in 2021 as a public preserve. Needless to say, the Favre family is 100% against such sale and have been waiting for this matter to appear on the select board agenda so we could join other interested people to make our case against any such sale. Had it not been for an email from the town sent at 5:23 p.m. last Friday mentioning the matter would be discussed at the April 13th meeting, we would not have known. Ordinarily, this would be considered insufficient notice, and we would ask that any discussion by the board be postponed until a later meeting. It is possible, however, that the case for not selling the parcel to a private party is so strong that hardly any discussion would be necessary. Here's a brief history. Al and Bertha Favre, my parents, wanted to have what we're referring to as the Claybrook parcel established as a public nature preserve. After they both passed away, my two brothers and I were searching for the right owner of the parcel to hold it in perpetuity as such a public preserve. Since our parents lived in Plymouth for almost 60 years, and since Plymouth's 2007 master plan recommends the promotion of private and public protection of wetlands and goes to say that the town's natural heritage goal is responsible stewardship and sustainable use of Plymouth's natural resources in a manner that protects and enhances the town's natural environment for the benefit of current and future generations, the town seemed to be a fine candidate for the gift of 88 acres. Following conversations with the Plymouth Conservation Commission and a tour of the parcel with a few members of the commission, I made, in early August 2021, on behalf of our family, a formal offer by email to donate this parcel to the town as a public nature preserve. Our family's reasons for establishing a public preserve, our family's reason for establishing a public preserve, their wish to have the parcel in public hands and to remain in public hands, was made clear in the email and in all discussions and conversations we had with Town Hall. The town accepted the gift. The Conservation Commission was delighted, the Select Board was delighted, the town was delighted, and of course our family was delighted. In conclusion, for the town to now sell the Claybrook parcel to a private party would be a breach of the trust we had in the town of Plymouth and the reliance we placed on the town to respect the reasons for and the spirit of the gift they made. Obviously, the Falver family, the donors, are 100% against such sale. Signed, Fred Falver, for the entire family, Falver family, past, present, and future. So that, I just wanted to share that in the record. I'm sure we would have prepared a copy for you had we had time, but I wanted to read it into the record for discussion. My personal feeling is that I would feel comfortable with either your family owning and managing it or the town managing it, but I think the intention of Fred is pretty clear here. Mr. Chair, it's your call.
Please.
So we're talking about a piece of land right now, selling it to you, but we're thinking in perpetuity. So my question to you, Janice, is there conversation about public access in the easement? Does it require public access?
It does not. It does not. The
Okay,
easement-
so that easement does not protect public access. And though you guys can guarantee that there's public access, you have the right to sell it to anybody you want. So the community does not have a guarantee from them that it's closed to public access forever. We're talking about a piece of land, not necessarily, let's pull the ownership thing out of it and make it objective. This piece of property, and honestly, I do trust and admire what you guys do. And we all do. But we don't have any idea what's going to happen in the future. So it sounds to me as though the Favres, public access is huge for them, and once you no longer own it, the public access, because it's not in the easement, may necessarily go away.
I would be interested to know if the Conservation Commission, the easement holder, and the Mayhews could come up to a shared goal of maybe restricting public access or limiting reasons for public access maybe during hunting season. If that's an objection, maybe it could be posted as no hunting. But that's not a decision for us to make. But I think the input of the Conservation Commission would, well, if it is a decision for us to make, I think the input of the Conservation Commission and abutters would be important. And
I mean, that certainly seems reasonable and in line with what we've heard as desired for that piece.
So
you can't see who's talking. There's no video.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Normally, our video system is a little bit more advanced than it is this evening.
I think I can see
this
on
is
there. I
Zach-
was the one
that
talking
was
for a
Phil,
while.
Phil Lemereau from the Select Board talking. This is Zach Terrell currently from the Select Board talking.
And then Joan Turley was responding from the Conservation Commission, but she was not at the mic stand.
Is hunting allowed in the easement?
The easement is silent on that.
So typically, if it's silent, it's presumed that any use is allowed.
That any use is allowed,
It's not
but
prohibited.
it's also not restrictive in that if we wanted to restrict temporary use of some sort, then we could do that.
Do you have any feedback on that? I mean, given that the Favres have expressed, my takeaway from the letter is the same sentiment that you shared about kind of betraying the trust of donations when they're made to a public entity. It's understood that entity would maintain ownership for the benefit of the public. But, do you have thoughts on, restricting certain types of use to such as hunting?
The easement is pretty clear on things. There will be no commercial use of any sort.
Right.
With the exception of forestry and agriculture. So if they wanted to, for example, sell maple syrup on the property, they cannot do that. If they wanted to take someone on a tour of the property, a paying tour, skiers. Skiers wanted to come and buy tickets to go skiing on the property, they could not do that. And it doesn't matter whether it's the town of Plymouth or the Mayhews or anybody. Those things are not allowed. And, we will be very diligent in maintaining that easement.
Thank you.
And I think the whole, closing it now is a discussion it would take a lot of research and.
You gotta come up here so I can see you.
That's for another time,
Mm-hmm.
depending on the outcome of this.
No decisions have to be, we're not looking for a decision today necessarily. I mean, open up a discussion would be fine. We tried to do that in the past, but hopefully this actually opens a door.
I would love to see, and this isn't, I don't know if this fully aligns with your objectives there, but I would love to see some sort of coming together between your two organizations. Again, I think when I look at the conservation plan that Jess and your team wrote, and I look at the conservation plan the Conservation Committee wrote, there's probably some nuances in there, but it fundamentally feels like two groups of people trying to do the same thing with a piece of property. And then so the ownership issue feels a little bit academic, maybe with the small point of if we had money, we could conserve even more land, and that's maybe interesting, but short term, I don't know, is there some way for, the Mayhews to participate more closely with the Conservation Commission to help manage that piece of property in a way that is aligned and good for the public? Like, I would love to see that.
We're gonna deal with the same concept of potentially trading conservation land of different value soon, again this evening, and
I mean, yes.
I don't want this, like, every situation is different.
Every situation is different, yeah.
I think here
is
the
also
fact that
very complicated.
I think the fact that the land is conserved regardless of who owns it is important, and I think that the fact that the family who donated it to the town has made their intention fairly clear that they would like the town to hold it, I think sways me to not want to offer a sale to a private party.
Yeah, I don't think
regardless of the intention or ownership.
I don't think it's academic of who owns it. I mean, donor intent is an important concept, and the intention of the donor for this land was to keep it in a public trust. And so I think we need to, and I don't think we have to honor the intention of the donor in keeping it in the public.
And I think it's important not to leave out of the discussion setting precedent. I think that's probably, as a commission,
I agree,
one of our largest concerns. Because we have gotten...
I think yes, and I mean, yes, I agree. I'm often the one who's arguing against setting precedents. I also think that with any of these things, like storytelling's a big part of it, right? Like if a donor hears, wow, the town of Plymouth took a donation and they just sold it off to somebody after I donated it, that's awful. If a donor hears, yeah, the town of Plymouth was, they've got a lot of land in conservation. They only have so much time with a small volunteer board. And so they found a perfect buyer who was going to conserve that land and meet all the intentions of the original donor, but be able to do a more attentive job of it. I mean, again, I'm just spinning, right? Like I'm spinning the most positive story. Like you could tell that story to a donor and they would be like, oh, I understand. So like the same exact thing told with two different looks on your face can produce very different responses from a donor. But
the look I had
it's hard not to get defensive when you care about this stuff. But it feels like we're at a point where I think that there's alignment that we don't make a movement here on this.
I don't think this was ever a discussion on us selling it. Was a request for us to consider it.
Yeah, it was a request to consider. Yeah, absolutely.
But I can't echo Zach's statement strong enough. For you folks to work together, clearly have a wealth of knowledge, as do you folks, and only that land could benefit from those intentions.
Side note, there are pieces of property that are not in conservation owned by the town of Plymouth that we intend to review this year and consider for possible sale, just as a different.
Maybe they don't have the same.
Maybe not. No, I'm not saying that for the benefit.
They don't have the same value
I'm
to
saying
you.
that for the benefit of the general public. That we're also not setting a precedent here that we wouldn't sell a piece of property in town.
We also have a bridge if you wanted to buy.
I'd like to buy that.
It may or may not have been donated. Sometimes it's donated. Sometimes it's taken for taxes. There's a million reasons. We'll have to research them. Yeah, so well, but
So the consensus of the board is
So it
to
feels like
deny
consensus
this
of the board
request.
is we appreciate the request.
Yes.
We
Thank
appreciate
you so
your
much.
conservation.
To work with the Conservation Commission.
And I hope you find other properties worthy of your interest in preservation.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. On to another topic of conservation easements.
I might as well pull them up too, because they got paperwork for them.
He's on his way.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Probably, have a seat at the table. It's probably easier for you. Unless you want to stand.
No, it doesn't matter to me.
Colin up here.
What's that? Well, let's
Let's take a
Good
look.
que- Let's start with Frank.
Circulate that through, just say I only have one copy of the plans or took my other copies.
I didn't bring mine, I'm sorry. I have one at home. I'm good.
Here?
Yeah, that's great. Okay. If you're comfortable there, we're comfortable with you being there.
Podium.
I have a statement that I can read, but I just need 5 minutes, so if I can have 5 minutes.
As soon as he's done.
I'd just like to read 5 minutes.
Okay. All right.
Hi. So we're here again, Habitat, and this is the order of operations that Scott had laid out for us to have a right-of-way considered from Boulder Point to our parcel behind the Restore. And we've gone through, and this is the, we know we've met with the Conservation Committee, we've met with engineers, we've met with abutters that the land is crossing, the right-of-way is crossing, and we met with the planning board in order to get to this point. And those were all checks and balances that were to gauge, I'm sure the planning board has reported to you guys, right? What their thoughts were. In there is the letter that is from the Planning Commission, if you guys already have reviewed that, the Conservation Committee. And yeah, that's what we're here to discuss today is the next step. It's the pathway for the review, right? You guys are charged with that property, and that's our opinion. And that's what we would like to discuss is your concerns and whether it matches with our concept. I have talked with a lot of people about this. I have different conceptuals that are available. I brought them, but I don't know if the right-of-way even needs the conceptuals, but I brought them and they're available to kind of put to a purpose what we're trying to do.
I love a good visual and a good story. So,
coming right up.
However you can make this crystal clear to us, that would be great.
Yeah.
So we're talking about, I'll speak loud, we're talking about a right-of-way from Boulder Point, thank you, to our parcel behind the Restore, okay? And the limitations as the current zoning allows for development there, in line with our mission at Habitat.
And Frank, what's the intent of the right-of-way?
To provide, so the intent is to provide more development of the entire parcel.
Okay.
Right now zoning limits us to a 1,500-foot cul-de-sac with, there's no exit.
I believe it's a subdivision regulation.
Subdivision.
Not zoning.
Thank you.
But I believe it's 1,000-foot. Yeah. One-way road or single entrance roads are limited to a maximum depth, I think, of 1,000.
So this is in order to create a second entrance in
Correct.
or exit out of the subdivision, thus allowing it to be larger.
The development potential for that parcel with a single road no longer than 1,000 feet is very limited.
Okay, so we're talking about a road. We're talking about a right of way in order to create a road.
A road.
Okay.
To build a road to create, so you can't subdivide unless you have frontage on a road.
Right.
And you have to, you can't build a road longer than a certain distance unless you have multiple points of entry. That is a subdivision thing. Thanks. That's a subdivision regulation that the town of Plymouth has adopted.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So
there
this is our current limitations, and this is guided by life concerns, life safety concerns. So we've met with everybody and we talked about this, all the different departments. We've chatted with everybody. And this is what we're currently limited to without any exceptions, okay?
So that would be what you could do today with no further conversation.
Correct, right. It would still have a subdivision approval process, et cetera, but this is what we would be pursuing.
And how many, Frank, just for the audience who can't see
Sure.
the map, is that 5?
This is seven lots.
7 building lots.
And that's prior to us sticking anything in and hitting granite, right? Like, that's to be determined. It's the conceptuals. I'll bring it over.
So there's a very limited potential for development under the current subdivision regulations.
Mark all
It's
over
okay.
and play with your Hot Wheels. All right.
SVHO scale.
So
So
this,
that-
I'm sorry, this is one concept, is that right? Is there more?
Yeah, that's the design concept under current subdivision
Okay.
regulations with only one road.
Okay.
Okay.
So then this was the next concept, which would be max density, which we just asked for something that would provide that perspective from our conceptual standpoint. This would have the right-of-way that would, again, address life safety, and this would be max density, serviced by water and sewer. Is that the intent of Habitat? It's not. We're just presenting conceptuals here so that everybody can, right.
Maximization of the land.
So everybody can see it.
This is what's kind of referred to as a build-out analysis of maximizing the number of lots, observing to the minimum lot sizes and frontages, and building roads. So these are the two
concept,
end
you've
members.
You've got two roads you're connecting. Is that what I'm seeing? And so one is.
So in the conceptuals, this conceptual was pre the right-of-way, which is my next pieces of paper here, which I'm going to show you. This was prior to that, but it illustrates very, like, the density. Okay.
A max build-out analysis.
Max build-out.
Again, this max build-out, this is intended as a road connecting through to Boulder Point?
In the conceptuals,
Yep.
this was what we came up with. And in conversations, that it has changed because of availability.
For various reasons.
Cora, you got it,
But
exactly.
I'm just making sure I understand the conceptual, and then, again, conceptual.
Yes.
This is like next to Tractor Supply?
Yes, but that's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nope, just so I understand.
So we
the
reached
map
out to
and the
all the
landscape.
abutters,
That's
exactly.
what I'm actually looking at.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is what Conservation Committee has seen. That's what Conservation Committee has seen.
Okay.
Okay?
And planning.
And planning at this point, yes.
And this next one is a more like what you're actually intending?
No, no,
Okay, all right.
no. This next one, right? This next one is what 5 years of working on this has illustrated, listening to planning board and the community, and that is that nobody wants to see development of commercial outside of Tenny Mountain Highway, thoughtful development. So we wrap our head around that. I have to do a lot of driving between Habitat houses, and the thought of removing out of the commercial zone valuable commercial development land comes into the concept and the conversation. So this is yet another one, which this green vegetated buffer, 100-foot, conceptual, is along the ag zone line and the commercial zone.
ICD.
Okay? And this would be commercial down here, and then this would be 19 single-family lots. And in this design, this is serviced by wells and septics. So, right, and this reflects what we're talking about tonight, which is the right-of-way proposal, which runs on this ridge line above Spear, taking into consideration future development for Spear's parcel there.
Okay.
Okay, and staying on their property. Okay. And I
Okay.
could pass this over.
Presumably, you've got enough commitment from Spear that you've got an agreement in the works.
Yes, we've spoken with Spear, and that's exactly why we continued this pathway. If at any point we had hit a roadblock, we would have just stopped, offered to sell it to the Mayhews. There's nothing off the table, right? So this is a closer, I'm going to give it to you like you're looking at it from the land, but this is a more in-depth look at what the actual right-of-way conceptually looks like as far as its impact on the conservation.
Boulder Point on that side.
Boulder Point is here, yeah.
This is Spear.
And that's Spear,
This is
well,
Spear.
Spear's actually here. This is the no dog walking field.
Oh, okay. It's not even built. It's just
Correct.
conceptual. Okay. Got it. Okay.
Future building.
I see.
And this is reflected off of the max density map, just this parcel. So this map. But this is illustrated correctly on this map.
Oh, I see.
But that one happens to have the max density.
Correct. Okay?
Okay.
So you're really hitting us with 4 different maps here.
Because
Got it.
we have got to maintain the idea that this is conceptual.
Right.
And once again, there's nothing to say. You don't hit uranium up there. I've said this before. and then we're not doing anything, right? We're
Right.
donating it to the town.
Right.
But
Or you have somebody who comes in and wants to pay you a whole lot more for
Right, uranium.
rock or uranium. Hopefully not
Okay.
uranium.
Yeah. So the idea is that we've already run this past town administrator. The town attorney reviewed everything, reviewed the procedure, and I'm going to go back over here, okay?
Yep.
Our attorney, Attorney Conklin here,
Everybody.
tough as nails. We looked at that, and it's our opinion that this is the proper method, and it aligns with the town's attorney.
So before we go too much further, I know that Colin has a prepared statement you want to read.
Yeah, if I could have 5 minutes.
If you could do your 5 minutes now, I think we have an understanding roughly of what we're talking about, and it will land now with whatever this is.
So with the town manager who just happened to leave, I am not aware that the town attorney has made comment to you. Are you, Kevin, at all? I have not seen anything, so I just need to make sure that we reach out and confirm that statement as indicated.
Can I interject? I think, I forget his name, but he was involved in, I think I had written a letter and you forwarded it, and then he said it may have to go through the AG's office. He actually provided or sent over a copy of the AG's sort of guidebook on easement modifications.
But yeah, I just have to, we have to
saying that we
just
just-
follow
That was
up.
quite a while ago.
Yeah, so we just need to follow that up and see what he actually said needed to be done.
Yeah, he
I
didn't say
see
this
it.
whole thing is fine, go ahead and do it. It wasn't
Right.
like that. We were just kind of, it was
All right.
very preliminary.
Thank you.
Hi. I don't normally give written statements, but in interest of time, I'm sure which everyone can appreciate tonight, I'll just read this. Good evening. My name's Colin DeLargy, and I own the land at Boulder Point that shares the conservation easement that's recorded at Book 2603, pages 14 through 22. I have not consented to any modification of this easement. I'm here tonight to ask this board to ensure that the correct legal process is followed before taking any further action. If there is a lawful path forward for this project, that process will reveal it. If there isn't, the town needs to know that now and not after a commitment of support has already been made. I submitted a detailed legal memo to the town in June of 2025, and I have not received a substantive response in 10 months. In that time, the process has continued to move forward. I want to make sure this board has an accurate picture of where things stand. The Conservation Commission issued a written letter of support to the Pemi Valley Habitat for Humanity in April of 2025 before any legal review and without notice to me. The Commission's own letter conditioned its support on the Attorney General's approval as a prerequisite, and that condition has not been satisfied. Several other informal meetings have been held, but no formal actions or votes took place until April 2nd, when the Planning Board made a formal motion approved by vote expressing that it is, quote, supportive of the conservation easement swap moving forward with the necessary review. Despite the Planning Board's theory that this was a conceptual discussion, by voting, it created a formal act in the public record, and this board is now receiving it as the board's recommendation. How that recommendation was produced also matters. Prior to a vote, the Planning Board Chair asked Mr. McLean, the petitioner, what advice the Planning Board should give the Select Board. Mr. McLean replied that he expected it to be, quote, just thumbs up across the board. Despite having received my letter outlining the town's fiduciary obligations as trustee of a public trust, the board then voted to support extinguishing part of that easement, all without examining the deed itself. Those obligations are specific, and I don't believe they have been accurately described in any public meeting on this proposal. A perpetual conservation easement is a charitable trust under New Hampshire law. The Attorney General's published guidelines classify this proposed amendment as high risk on 3 independent grounds. First, it would permit a use the deed explicitly prohibits: road construction. Second, it would harm the wetland habitat the easement was created to protect. And third, it would confer a direct private benefit on a third party that owns no burdened land. The Attorney General's guidelines identify that private benefit factor as an independently disqualifying factor. It is prohibited. It is not cured by a land swap. Such high-risk amendments require a formal court proceeding with the Attorney General as a necessary party. To proceed, whoever is taking up the legal burden of advancing the proposal must demonstrate that the easement's original purpose has become impossible or impracticable to fulfill. But this easement is functioning exactly as it was intended, to protect wetlands and prevent road construction. An abutter's desire for a road does not in any way make that purpose impossible. It is worth noting who bears the cost and risk of that proceeding. The party seeking this amendment owns no burdened land and has no obligation to initiate or fund the required court process. But if the town continues down this path, it is the town that will be in court at taxpayer expense, asking a judge to dissolve a public trust for the benefit of a private party. And if the required process is not followed, it is the town and not the petitioner that will have to answer to the Attorney General and defend against injunctive action for breach of its fiduciary duty. With that context, I have 3 specific requests. First, confirm that the town attorney has reviewed the Attorney General's guidelines and my June 2025 memo and has provided formal guidance on the town's fiduciary obligations. Second, refrain from any vote, expression of support, or commitment until a landowner with standing has submitted a formal amendment request and a court of competent jurisdiction has authorized the modification. Third, recognize that no such request has been submitted. Neither I nor Spear Memorial Hospital has initiated this process, and a third party without standing cannot do so on our behalf. By accepting this easement, Plymouth took on a fiduciary responsibility to enforce a charitable trust in perpetuity. If the town facilitates an amendment that confers a private benefit on a non-landowner without the required legal process and without the consent of burdened landowners, it creates legal exposure, not just for this easement, but for the town's standing as trustee of every conservation easement it holds. This board can avoid risk tonight by ensuring that the correct process is followed before any further action is taken. Thank you. And I will answer questions if you have any.
Thanks, Colin. And just to understand who you are in this little play, you're somehow a joint easement holder? Sorry, I didn't catch that part.
The history of the easement is that in 2001, the town accepted the easement on the remainder of the Industrial Drive property as part of the development of the Walmart store.
Okay.
Now, that land was subdivided to take off several parcels over time, and the remaining, basically on map 213-5, there are 4 parcels. 4 of those parcels have conservation easement along them. And that's basically the part of the wetlands that is crossed over by Boulder Point Drive. Like you can kind of, at the very top of it, there's a little culvert where the wetlands basically travels through there. So there are 2 separate easement areas, and the easement area that's being proposed to be changed is shared by both Spear Memorial Hospital and me.
So you and Spear Memorial Hospital share.
Correct.
Roughly this easement that we're talking about.
So in regards to standing, Spear and me have the ability to initiate a potential amendment to this easement because it's shared by both of those properties.
If you look at the map,
That's it.
Yeah.
Well, the easement is the whole hatched area. I think Frank's proposal would only affect the Spear.
You're talking about all of this hashed area, right? All the way up to the borders here?
So I think that this is the hashed area, yeah. So there's basically, it's this right here is the beginning of the property line, and this is the end right here.
Yep.
So they're talking about, this is how much away from the property line they're.
And is that because part of this property line is on Spears land, and then who owns this land back here?
I do.
You personally
Yes.
do? Okay. So
Yep.
that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I have a question as well.
Sure.
The
Thank you.
easement is an encumbrance upon the land owned by Spear and your land, is it not?
Yes.
And it's not really, it doesn't really benefit you or Spear in any particular way. It's an encumbrance, am I correct?
I mean, I'd rather not answer that question. I mean, there may be. I'd just rather
What
not
do you
answer
mean
it.
by I don't know what an encumbrance is. Can you?
It's legally recorded. It's you know, yeah.
It's an interest in someone else.
Yeah.
Okay.
A mortgage is an encumbrance.
Right. I mean, the fact that it's enforced. You know, the town of Plymouth is a. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, the town of Plymouth has a role, but, you know, generally conservation easements are meant to protect a public interest. And I'm curious if you have any interest in this beyond the general public interest.
I don't know what you're asking, sorry.
Okay. Then
The
there's-
town has a positive obligation here because it accepted the easement in 2001. It has a fiduciary obligation to the easement.
and yeah, I understand that.
Would it be helpful if I explained a little bit what what a conservation easement is?
I'm comfortable with the concept, but if you'd like to, I mean,
Yeah.
Come to the mic, please.
but please go to the mic.
Yeah, and just, I appreciate you hearing my comments, and if you have any further questions or if you'd like to communicate with me, I'm welcoming it. So.
I do have a further question if you can wait.
So when a person owns a piece of land, it comes with usually a bundle of rights. You can subdivide it often, you can sell the timber off of it, you can do different things, put a driveway, build a house. When you put a conservation easement on, or any kind of easement, but mostly we're talking conservation, certain rights from the landowner have been given up and they've been transferred to a different party. They now hold those easements into perpetuity, and they have very strict, you know, like he said, they are considered a trust. And trusts, like, as you know, are very hard to get around. And case law has been supporting existing easements to the point where they have a booklet, like Frank said, on how to make an amendment. Those amendments are generally for an error in the survey, something that is was not intended in the beginning, and as time went by, they notice it. But they're very limited in scope. So that's, you know, that's what an easement does, and they are for perpetuity.
Thank you. I guess my question was, the last part of your statement was something about ensuring that, you know, the process is adhered to. That was your recommendation?
Yeah, so there seems to be an informal proposal that the town is being asked to take on the responsibility of amending this easement. And
I don't understand that as an interpretation of this at all. I don't believe the town is being asked to do anything other than to be aware that they are going to be requesting to amend the easement.
Well, I'm sure you'll give details in your committee report, but you should be able to describe what the planning board actually voted on and what the motion was that was voted unanimously at the planning board, right?
I think there was a general support for the concept, but not that the town has any responsibility in any of this.
They do.
Sure, but if the easement, if the property owner has an interest in appealing and an alternate solution can be found, I see the town as impartial in this. Like, yes, we have an interest in protecting this easement unless such an agreement is made to provide another easement, in which case, like, we would hold that one just as well. You know, if I think the proposal was that if if a suitable swap can be made and the Attorney General doesn't object to it, and, similar to what the finding of the Conservation Commission was, that, if the interests of conservation are protected in similar scope and magnitude, that, the town wouldn't object to that specifically. And that's really all it was.
Colin, can I ask
Yes.
a clarifying question? So part of this proposed easement adjustment is on your land, correct?
No.
Okay. I mean, I was confused because where these lines are, I wasn't sure if it was the property line, so.
Yeah, I don't believe that graphic does an adequate job of delineating the property lines, but from the perspective of the easement, it's not relevant. The case law and the Attorney General's guidelines are specifically speaking to the obligations of the town as the easement holder. And that has nothing to do with who are the property owners here. The reason why I have standing in bringing up these issues is because I, as a property owner, am actually burdened by this easement, and the petitioner is not.
Okay.
I don't believe we have a petitioner at this point, do we?
We do not have a petitioner, no.
I believe at the time Spear will be the petitioner if this moves forward.
I think we're just discussing the concept and trying to see if we can.
You're trying to understand,
Discuss
so
more detail.
as you try to do something like, as I understand it, as you're trying to do something like this, there are many people who could get in your way and make it very uncomfortable and difficult for you to achieve your goals. And my understanding is that you've come here tonight to find out if we are going to get in your way in order to accomplish your goals.
Yes, I think that's essentially true. I think we need your cooperation. Really, you are the easement holder. You would be asking that it be modified. You would be assenting to the modification if you agreed to it.
I
think
that
on the other hand, I'm not interrupting, but on the other hand, you would also be accepting
a different
the equivalent,
easement,
or better maybe.
Correct. So what you're trying to get is an impression of the board of whether we would be open to seeing this easement
really
get
all
swapped
this
with
is,
another
yeah.
easement.
And
Yeah,
what is
and that comes with all the assumption that all of the legal stuff is figured out by your parties,
I
that any
believe-
land purchases or additional right-of-ways or any of those sorts of things would get figured out between all involved parties who are not us.
Yes, I believe this application is going to end up in the AG's office for approval before you guys sign off. I don't know that there's some wiggle room in these regulations of theirs, but I think you'll err on the side of being conservative about it and probably want to have their review. So I think it's gonna go through the AG's office before we can.
Find out if you
do
can
anything.
even modify that.
And this is, part of the reason there's been a delay is because I've sort of encouraged Frank to get this plan done so we can come in here with something concrete. And I'm still actually after Frank to come up with the swap. I'd like to be able to come in here and say, okay, we would like to do this for this. Be very specific about it. I would write it out probably as a draft, just to look at, so we know
Yeah.
exactly what we're talking about. And we're not that far yet.
May-
But,
Yeah, and Colin, you wanted to make a comment.
Yes, so you brought up the land swap. So I specifically addressed the land swap in June of 2025, and again at the planning board, and again in my prepared comments. The land swap does not cure the private benefit problem, which is a disqualifying factor under the New Hampshire Attorney General's guidelines.
This is why I think it's probably gonna end up down there, because
I don't
there
think
are-
anyone in this room is qualified to make that decision.
Yeah.
Right, well, that may be fine. However, the town has a positive obligation to uphold the charitable trust. That's not a general term about doing the right thing or helping people. It's specifically to enforce the easement. And I don't mean to be pedantic about it, it's very clear. That's a positive requirement of the town. If the town doesn't enforce it, another body will.
I don't think we would have a 10-page or 12-page pamphlet from the AG's office about how you go about modifying conservation easements if it wasn't done from time to time. So to say this is absolutely out of the question, it's impossible, you can't do it, no, it's just not true.
Right, and that would be my position as well, is that if the AG's office tells us it's possible, then it's possible, and if they tell us it's not,
and
then
don't get, I didn't say
it's
they
not.
said it's possible. I said there are circumstances where they permit it, and you have to ask them, and you have to, they have, I think, 7 points that they want you to cover. They want to be able to review them. They want to see that, that the public trust is being upheld. And I'm sure there's a balance of things that goes on there, nothing's black and white. Alan thinks everything's pretty much black and white. I don't think it is.
I think if Spear were to start construction on a road through the section identified tomorrow, the town would definitely have an obligation to enforce the easement.
Yes,
We're not there.
right. We would definitely have to step in and stop them from doing work in that space.
Absolutely, and we would. My point is, if a viable party, if an interested party wants to appeal, and they do that, and it goes to the Attorney General's office, they will make that decision. It's not for us to make.
It sounds like there may be an additional party involved here, which would be the State of New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services.
Yep.
So,
Yes, but also Spear.
Right.
There's
Well,
another party.
Spear is going to be the applicant as the
Correct,
landowner.
but they're not
unless-
here in
yeah,
front of us.
Right.
Was there some element of the discussion that hasn't been public? Because I just heard you say that Spear is going to be making an application.
No, that's my presumption. Like, they are the
I mean, it would
property
either
owner.
be you-
Unless it's
you
transferred,
or
they are the
Spear, right?
only other
There's-
viable option to make this application.
It
I
could
don't-
only be you or Spear.
There's no other
And it
discussion.
doesn't sound like you're going to make the application, so.
Right, I mean, I've been asking the town for 9-10 months now to please respond to my inquiries, and I have not received any response. So I don't see how that it's likely that that would be the
Unfortunately, we can't speak to that
case.
because our town manager has recently.
I read the request, and I don't think there's anything there's no response warranted, honestly. I'm sorry to say that, but I don't think the town owes you a response on this.
then that's how we should have responded if that's what we thought.
Well,
A response is no
We don't need, we can't litigate
I
that.
apologize that if
Right.
you felt like you
Thank
needed a
you.
response and we didn't provide one. I'll apologize on the behalf of the town for that, but we can't fix that now. But there hasn't been any private conversations about this. Everything has happened here in the public.
Has this board reviewed my memo from June of 2025?
We just received it today.
It's in your package.
So you don't remember it from last year?
I
just received
I
it
didn't get
today.
it last summer.
It would've-
I think you presented it to the planning board, and I read it then, but
It was probably only discussed between the town manager and maybe the town.
I suspect the town
Maybe
manager and the
legal
town-
at, but
town
it
attorney
didn't come to
reviewed
this
it.
level of the board.
Well, I think it would be important to document all of those facts because it's potentially going to be a legal concern for the town and the taxpayers of this town.
Colin, I don't think I understand why you're so adamant about a legal concern when nothing legal has happened yet on this.
Well, did
I mean,
you?
I understand
okay,
the.
I'll respond to that.
perspective Fear.
So, the planning board held a vote that said that they support the conservation easement swap moving forward. That was the motion that was
With
approved
condition
in the
that it be
planning board.
Approved by anyone who needs to approve it.
Right. So there was an official motion made by a subsidiary body of the select board that said that they officially support
They're not
the
subsidiary
easement
to us.
swap going forward. So that's the reason why I'm here at the select board.
Just for clarification, the planning board's an elected body now. They're parallel and not subsidiary to us.
Well, yeah, okay.
But I don't think that, a motion from the planning board that has no legal standing and is just a sense of the meeting, I don't think changes anything.
Okay. Well, I think we've covered it. If you'd like, I can leave a copy of my statement. And I'd be happy to continue conversation, and I would appreciate if the town attorney could review my memos and address them to the town.
Yeah, well, as one of the easement holders and an abutter, you're going to get notified anytime anything happens related to this.
Technically, I'm not an abutter. Frank is an abutter.
Oh, okay.
I'm a landowner that's burdened by this easement. Frank is an abutter.
You're not in a butter to the
You'd
Spear
be
property?
You would be in a butter to where the right-of-way is being
Right,
requested.
but the proposal that is on the agenda tonight and was voted by the planning board was to amend a conservation easement.
There's no proposal on the agenda tonight. There's a discussion regarding potential amendment to Boulder Point Conservation Easement. So there's no
Right,
decision
we're talking
on
about
the
the
agenda.
easement, and the easement, I have standing to defend the easement.
As does any individual in this town.
Not
in
in the way that a landowner does.
So that was my question for you earlier. Are you particularly benefited by this easement in a way that other than the general public? I'm curious about that. You're making the case that you're.
I'm a successor of the grantor.
Okay.
That's where the legal rights that I hold are originate from.
Okay.
May I ask Colin a question? Does any portion of this easement touch your property?
The majority of it, yeah. The majority of it is in my property, yeah.
I think he means the proposed adjustment. Everything is on Spears. I think
Well, what I've heard is that there is no proposal, so I'm not sure how to square that.
Conceptually, that's what we're saying.
Well, I'm here to talk about the actual motion that was put forward by the select board.
There's been no motion.
Sorry, excuse me, from the planning board.
There was no motion on the planning board. It was a sense of the meeting. There was no
I think
here.
the question, I guess, would be literally about where this red line is.
So the planning board is not empowered to make decisions about easements. There was a general question about, in a conceptual consultation about, would there be an objection or would there be, general support for the concept? And neither of those are decisions that the planning board has any statutory authority to make or enforce. It's a sense of the meeting.
Yes, and as the representative to the planning board, I would hope that you can articulate to the select board.
Did I just not do that?
Phil, I'm not trying to have an adversarial debate with you. I'm trying to say that your role as the planning board representative to the select board, I would ask that you relay the substance and the content of the motion that was approved by the planning board. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else?
Can I don't want to just.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're amicable to any kind of solutions here.
You're just trying to figure out how to get a second road into the backside of your property.
Just for conversation conceptually, just to keep the conversation going.
Is there any other way, Frank?
Can of worms.
I don't think it's necessary to go into
Yeah.
that.
Right.
I mean, conceptual conversation, but
Thank you for the clarification.
Sure. I'll leave my statement. Thank you.
thank you.
Did you have a question about the red line?
I was still just struggling to understand where actual property borders are on this map, and to understand where's Collins land and where, like I was struggling with.
See the property line. So the property line comes up like a parallel. It's this trapezoid. It's this line. This hash line is the property line. This topographical, right, you see how tight it is there?
Yes.
That's the ridge line.
So effectively, you're talking about running a road right along the edge of that river.
Correct.
So the road would be
Part of
on.
that intention, as I understand it, is so that you're only talking to one landowner and not two.
The road would be on Spear's property,
But
correct?
it's above, it's up on this ledge. It's above the ledge, so as to not encroach on their developments at all, future developments.
Okay.
And because they had a death in the parking lot, they didn't want any increased traffic.
So they have no interest in like putting a through road through right in the middle of their parking
Not
lot.
So-
there, correct.
so this
But
is-
up above, right.
So
Conceptually.
this is the property line.
Conceptually.
This hash mark is the property line, correct?
This one, yes.
Okay. And so the road would be, but the road
Right, like right along.
wouldn't go on this property, correct?
Edge.
It would just be on this property.
Spears line.
That's in conservation? Or is this in
The
conservation?
easement,
This line.
the hatched is
Okay.
the conservation easement.
The conservation easement.
Is on both sides of the property.
Okay.
this the easement area?
And for some
Yeah,
reason-
the hash.
Easement, the conservation easement.
So is,
I'm sure, yeah.
so the area through this easement?
The only other place would be come down here
Correct.
below.
It's more, it's up in here. Because it's on this side
Any of these cases,
of the
we're dealing with
topographical
multiple
map.
pieces of property.
So this is an accurate
This is the
representation.
conceptual one prior to the,
Okay.
this.
Yeah. That's why that-
So the road would be.
His road in right here.
Like this.
The problem, though, I think, see if he puts his road in right here,
Okay.
it's too far. It's more than 1,000 feet back here.
And this is
What
the
I'm
lot you're
assuming
trying to get
on
to,
other
this
information.
one here?
This one.
That's why he wants to come in as far up
This
here.
is the
Oh,
lot
they're
that,
going
you
up
know,
that
we're
way.
trying
I'm
to get
sorry.
over to
This
Boulder
1,000-foot
Point
line.
Road, which is a town maintained.
I see.
Well, yeah, but that has a different problem.
Ultimately,
Oh, yeah.
for the public benefit. And that's, you know,
Maybe.
we're a
Homes
nonprofit.
regularly, yep.
For us.
Okay,
Right, not,
we have another question that is at the podium.
I'm wielding it.
Thank you, sir. Lisa.
Yeah, so I'm speaking from the point of view of the Conservation Commission. I was present at the meeting when it was proposed. And afterwards, we had a fairly extensive discussion of the commission about the value of this property as an easement, the amount of fragmentation that had undergone as a result of post-easement development. So it was it was an easement established already to offset damage to the ecosystem caused by the Walmart development. So it was a ARM, I think, offset. So this means that it's actually a very special set of easements that is designed to offset already damaged area. Now it's being fragmented by roads and by commercial development in that area. And now we're talking about reducing the size of the easement by putting a road on it. So the Conservation Commission was very, very disturbed and concerned that this small parcel of wetland that feeds the highlands off of that part of Plymouth towards the Baker River was being fragmented and disrupted by roads even more than it had already been. So what we said as a response was that the only way that we could condone further disruption of these easement areas was if there was a significantly better high-value parcel offered in trade. I've not heard anything about that, and I'm a little concerned that we haven't heard anything, but our letter of partial acceptance has been used as an argument for letting this go forward. So I just wanted to put that in context, that we also recognize that it was going to have to go in front of the Attorney General.
What's your assessment of the piece that's sort of drawn on here as the potential replacement?
So I have
Conceptually.
not seen the potential replacement. Has it been offered?
Nothing's been offered, it's all conceptual.
Has it been proposed?
May
You can
I,
see what's
may I speak to the meeting with the Conservation Committee?
Sure.
So at the Conservation Committee, we did have extensive conversations about exactly what their concerns were, and it's not, this is just saying we were maintaining fluidity, and they were not able to articulate what an equitable swap or greater swap would be, right? And so we were working through that, and this is the same map that they've seen all along, that they predicated their letter on, and it's not, it's just that it's still fluid, and that's what Mike was saying earlier. But even in the conversation at the planning board, we even discussed buying other land if they deemed it to be more beneficial to the public than the swap. I even said we'll buy, like, we could go back, but I said, like, we'll buy river frontage down by the Oxbow. I mean, you probably remember that, but yeah, we had the conceptual, but there, because we're having to go the path to even get whether or not the Attorney General agrees with our attorney's opinion, these are the steps that we have to go through. They won't review our concept at the Attorney General's office to even shoot us down. But Mike can speak to that because I'm not.
And again, DES is party to this too, and I'm sure the Attorney General will be seeking input from DES in this as well.
I think that's how that works. They go to DES probably.
So
I've never done this, so I don't know, but yeah. And then, yes, I've been after Frank to come up with the proposed alternative. And if he would do that, I would feel better and I would feel more like we were ready to rock and roll. Sure.
Yeah, and our the Conservation Commission, what we, I think, maybe iterated at that time as an example of what would be a higher value parcel is one that is a larger, unified, unfragmented parcel that wasn't going to be further fragmented by additional development of this kind, something that's really, really protected. So that's all.
I concur. I agree.
I'd like to make one comment.
Well, he's going to the microphone. If you go to the 5 pages in, you will see the Conservation Commission's letter.
In which packet? This packet?
Nope, that's the easement.
This packet.
It's a different one.
It starts with emails between Anne and
Lydia.
Joseph.
5 pages in, you will see the Conservation Commission's conditional change, conditional approval, conditional support, I'm sorry.
Yes.
For the benefit of the select board, related to the question of fragmentation and road access, you may want to review the actual conservation easement deed, because in it, it's very clear that there is a single road access that was proposed in that easement plan that provides access through the conservation easement area. It hasn't been changed in 25 years. So it was part of the original designation of that conservation land to make available road access through that area. That road access currently exists. So it's not as though that this was a miss that the town made 25 years ago when it accepted this. It said, we believe that we would like to continue to have road access through that area. And so they made a specific carve out within that for road access, and that currently exists.
Do you know where that's located?
It's the gate at the top of Boulder Point Drive. Basically, there's the
Right, but that doesn't get you across.
It crosses the easement area. So that was the original intent, was to provide access through that area.
I think he's saying that the extension of Boulder Point Drive crosses the existing easement area and
Right.
it's provided for in the easement deed.
Correct.
So even
that gets
the-
you
It's this.
To the
gets you
question
from
of
here to here.
No, that's not, can't be
The-
that.
It's right through here. Well, that's just drawn conceptually. That's not anything real.
Right. It would be a factor in consideration during any, so basically if it was impracticable for the town to continue to have the easement the way that it functions now, which is very clear, no roads, except for the road that was put in, to propose to the AG that they should alter the perpetual easement to add a road when there's already in the easement a very clear, but there's a road here, would be a bit unusual, duplicative perhaps. So I would just say that I highly, highly, highly recommend that this board reviews the actual easement deed. Read the entirety of the deed. It's probably only about 2 to 3 pages with a couple of graphics. So totally doable.
The deed's in here.
It is, keep digging. Right there.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we need to take any action at this point.
No, we weren't asked.
We're being asked to, if there are any objections. I don't think, I don't have any objections, and I would hesitate to offer anything else at this point.
Yeah, the best I can offer is that personally, the idea of legal development in that area makes sense to me. I like the split that you did with the commercial residential thing. I thought that was smart. Seems like every iteration you've made of this heading in the right direction. Lots of legal hurdles in front of you.
This is the way
We
to
know.
go.
We're just checking off one hurdle at a time.
Yeah, I think it was Colin that asked to be on the meeting for tonight. I don't think it was really us.
Right, when your letter came in
Oh, back.
we're trying to just follow up
I
some
see.
things that were left.
Gotcha.
We got you on
appreciate
here. So does the board wish to have any of this information, including Colin's letter, sent to town attorney for response?
May I
Or-
make a suggestion? I would like to try to nail down what it is we propose to do before we bother the town attorney. Because we're not asking you to do anything, and I don't think you'll have full information. He'll say, I don't have enough information.
I think.
Well, I'm asking you if you would accept that, or do you want the town select board to respond to your 2025?
My position is that the town has a positive obligation that it's currently not fulfilling. So I would ask the town to fulfill that.
I would like, if you're interested in explaining how we're not fulfilling it, I would be interested in that. But I'm reading your letter, reviewing your letter that was submitted June 23rd, this summer, and your 3 requested actions are: refrain from taking action on or endorsing any proposal to permit road access or other development in the easement area unless and until a formal request is submitted by a landowner and accompanying by proper legal documentation. The second bullet is reaffirm the town's obligations to enforce the easement as written in both letter and intent, and ensure future proceedings are documented in full compliance with RSA 91A and RSA 477. So, do you want to talk about those now?
This is the letter from June.
Yes.
What questions do you have?
I don't believe we have had a permit to build a road. So are you under the impression we have offered approval of a permit to approve a road?
I've observed quite a few comments in public meetings that suggested that the town was wishing to endorse and express support for a proposal.
Not for a proposal. I think
Well, if
that's your understanding, I think your understanding is mischaracterizing the intent. I think the intent that I've been aware of, anytime it's been discussed, is that if an appropriate applicant is willing and able to propose a land swap that is approved by the Attorney General, that the town would not object.
Sure. My second bullet point that you just read was for the town to affirm the obligations. So that's the most important
I did mention
part.
that earlier today, was that, if someone were, we discussed that in the meeting earlier today, where if someone were to start building a road through that easement today, we would object. We would enforce the easement.
Well,
like nobody's doing that now.
My opinion is that the town is the grantee of the easement, okay? As accepting the easement, it accepted a public charitable trust. That is a very clearly defined concept. I'm not trying to put upon it my personal views about what that is. The AG has issued a very clear set of guidelines regarding that. That, I believe, should be highly accessible and well within the board's ability to understand and uphold. So that's all that I'm asking for the board to do.
And I understand that. And I don't think, in my opinion, we have not defaulted on that. The other question you ask us to address is ensuring future proceedings are in compliance with RSA 91A. Now, are you under the impression that there's been some discussion outside of public meeting around this?
Well, that specifically was in regards to the lack of notice for the Conservation Commission regarding a consultation for expressing support for amending the conservation easement. Right. And as a burdened landowner, I was entitled to receive notification that such a proposal was under happening. So finally, however, I'm not finished answering you. Okay. The other issue was that when I sought the meeting minutes from that meeting at the town hall, it was discovered that those minutes had not been recorded and they were not available at the town hall. Okay. So after I made a right to know request under 91A, the town responded that it did not have those records available and it would get them. And I commend the town for seeking them out and making them available after the fact, because they were able to come back into compliance. So that's why I put that into that letter at that time.
Okay, thank you. That helps me understand the request.
That also raises the question of whether or not the actual expression of support from the Conservation Commission has legal validity, because it was actually at a meeting that was not conducted in compliance with RSA 91A. And that's another issue that I think it would be important for the town attorney to look at.
It's a good question. I mean, my understanding is that they're an advisory board to this board, an advisory commission to this board.
So they are obligated to follow RSA 91A.
Yeah. And they corrected that. And I think actually it did kick off a little bit of an awareness within the town about compliance with that. And I actually commend the town. I think it did a good job of coming back into compliance. I think there's always room for improvement in that regard. But in specific to this issue regarding the amendment of this easement, landowner notification is an absolute must, and it's a prerequisite for us to have a fully informed conversation about the proposals. So I would just ask that the town continue to notify all of the landowners who are subject to this easement of any proposals, especially when they're being discussed in a public meeting.
I don't think our obligation is actually to notify anytime they're being discussed, but anytime they're going to be decided on.
Yes, if there's a hearing.
That's a different story.
It's different.
Yes.
Topics can come up in a public meeting.
It's secondary also to the obligation of the fiduciary nature that the town holds to uphold it, which includes a requirement to not even entertain a proposal that would violate it. What the process would be for the benefit of
We're entertaining a proposal for them to talk to the Attorney General and determine if there's a legal path. I don't think
that's the obligation of the petitioner in order to get
We don't have a petitioner.
Right, but in order for the town to consider the issue.
Which we obviously haven't done because we are not allowed to, because we don't have a petitioner yet, Colin.
Okay, all right, well.
We can't make a decision.
If there's
no
a
decision
proposal,
in front
you
of
will
us.
be notified as an abutter.
Right, again, related to the question of there's no decision been made, I will just point to the meeting minutes of the planning board where there was a vote that was held that was unanimous, that happened after the chair asked the petitioner whether or not what they should report back to the select board.
That's not this board, so I can't speak to it. It's not this board.
Yes. Okay. I really appreciate the board hearing me out. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from you gentlemen? I think you're excused.
Thank you.
Town has been notified that Peter Julia has resigned from the zoning board due to a change in his residency status. So we now have an opening on the zoning board. For everybody still listening, if you know anybody interested in joining the zoning board, there's an opening. We love participation. We have a request to approve buried cable along Oak Ridge Road and Woolly Pastures Road from New Hampshire Electric Co-op.
Where's Oak Ridge Road?
So New Hampshire Electric Co-op puts in petition and poll licenses, and those have to come have to go to the board for approval. So it just requires a signature of the board to get that taken care of.
Where Oak Ridge is.
That was my question.
Halfway
Off Thurlow.
So we go up
We have
Thurlow
Thurlow on the right,
Street.
on this.
It's on the right-hand side, Woolly Path. Woolly Pasture, whatever it is.
Gotcha.
Actually,
So
there's a diagram
before
here.
Summit.
Yeah, there is a diagram.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have reference for either way the diagram was. But now I'm good. Now I see.
There's a north arrow, there's a reference to Thurlow Street.
Yeah, I gotta remember where Thurlow Street is too. Like,
I know, it's the one that goes
Fair.
up
you
there.
say all these roads like I've been here for decades, and
Sorry.
It's the big hill that goes south out of town.
It has been a decade.
Huh?
It has been a decade.
No, I have not been here a
No,
decade.
it isn't.
Just shy? 9 years?
No, I've only been here since 2019.
Oh, I thought you came in 15.
It's like a decade.
It's like a decade. We're just gonna round up.
2020 is at least 5 years.
No, especially not with this because I wasn't outside my house in 2020.
Felt like 5 years, I'm telling you. Any discussion on this item?
No. Support it.
Yeah.
I can say that the best thing I did at my own home was vary my secondaries from my transformer to my house, just for resiliency. You don't have to worry about trees falling on them.
Is there any risk of us
Right.
supporting this one?
Well, I mean, we have to sign off on it apparently. So
If we say no,
No,
I have to put up poles, right?
Which is,
I'm all as someone from the West. I'm all in favor of burying lines.
Agreed.
It's
Do we need a
generally not
motion on
cost
this?
effective, which is why we have poles everywhere.
Yes, I
but
know.
If it's,
is this giving access to other folks' property?
No.
I don't, okay,
You need to know
in
that
our
there
right
is a
of way.
line going in there.
okay.
That's what you need to know, and that's what you're approving, is that line.
And DigSafe gets the records.
So we need a motion on that?
No, if you just want to sign it, I'll
Let's just sign it.
send it around.
Hand it around.
I have the
Original.
document.
is this board or chair? Board.
Board.
All right,
More
that's going to be
lines
coming
next
around. We have plans from Mountain Village Charter School regarding Mountain Village Community Commons Project and their request for a letter of support from the Plymouth Select Board.
Do you have the materials that I sent through?
Have you not?
Yes, great.
We do.
So
We do.
I will just very briefly describe the project, and then if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. I am Orion Welling. I'm here as a trustee of the Mountain Village Charter School. We own parcel 213031 on Tenny Mountain Highway. It surrounds Little Antlers.
Little Antlers.
Though there is another property that surrounds Little Antlers within our property. But we are between Tenny Mountain Highway and the Baker River, 32 acres. We have been invited to submit a full proposal to Northern Border Regional Commission for development of public access, parking, restrooms, trails, and a canoe and kayak launch on that property. Some of that site plan has been developed in earlier design charrettes. We did about a 13-month public comment input period when we were developing plans to put a school on that property. We still have an intention to put a school on that property. We don't currently have the budget. This grant proposal would not fund the school. It would just fund the parking and trails and site work for that. And I am here asking for an endorsement letter to that grant proposal from the town.
Is the endorsement letter required for the Northern Borders grant?
It's not required, but it is significantly valuable to demonstrate that we have a town who's excited to work with us and aligned with the goals that we've laid out. And we've done our best to line up our proposal with the master plan of the town as well. The endorsement can be, I did provide a draft endorsement, which I hope you have in there as well. Though we don't need a particularly strong statement, just demonstrating awareness and support for ongoing planning and discussion for this project from the town is what we're aiming for.
This road that you're proposing down in there, what's that going to look like? Is that passable by a vehicle, or is that just kind of like a walking trail style road down in there? What?
Yeah. So, are you talking about the road shown on the west side of that property, or from the parking circle?
On the west side.
On the west.
Yeah.
To make that workable, we would need an easement from the adjoining property, which we don't have. So that is conceptual at this point. But if we were able to either get an easement or find a reasonable, affordable way to build a road access on our sliver of property there, I would like to see that as an unpaved, passable road with parking near the boat launch so that people could bring their canoes and kayaks to the boat launch and leave vehicles there. That would add a safety benefit to the school as well, and that it would allow us to have full public access to that area, which would be a separate place that people could drive, park, leave their boats without
the public safety
having
piece I was
public access to.
I was thinking about was getting an ambulance down in there.
Yeah, no, I was too. I was just wondering that. Because potentially right now as it sits, that piece of lot you're talking about right now is in front of the board for a propane
Correct.
facility.
Yes.
So.
Which piece? The piece where he would need the easement?
Yeah, on the west side.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2 lots there, 10 acres in total. I think the propane proposal is in the westernmost lot because we weren't notified as an abutter because there was enough distance between our properties.
Just a little slit or something?
There's
but the driveway is on the second property, so we need an easement across both properties. So I don't know if that is feasible or not, but we are not at that. I have reached out. I haven't gotten a whole lot of discussion at this point, but I think the simplest way to say it is what you're looking at in front of you is a conceptual plan. If we couldn't build a road there in an affordable way, either on our own property or with an easement, the alternative would likely be to have parking closer to the access on the eastern end of the property, and then with a foot trail to a public boat launch, which would require people to portage their canoes. Less ideal for benefit to the community, or at least that's my perception. But another workable plan.
How big is this piece of property?
It's 32 acres.
32 acres.
And the major pieces of this effort, in addition to the parking lot, bathrooms by the parking lot, would be a bridge, a footbridge across the stream on the eastern side of the property, which is a pretty sizable stream. It'd probably be a 15 to 20 foot bridge. And then if we can find a way to provide drivable access to a boat launch, that would be another significant part.
I don't think there is any public access west of the bridge.
Millennium Bridge.
Covered bridge.
Right, yeah.
I agree. Yeah. I don't think there is.
Until you get out to Rumney somewhere.
Yeah.
It would be good to have some public access in there.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are many private landowners who would grant access if needed. But it'd be nice to know there's public access somewhere along there. Well, does the airport land go all the way down to the river? Doesn't?
No, that's the farm owns all that land
Longview?
behind it.
Yeah. Might be interesting to see if Longview would allow emergency access.
Oh, I can get it either way.
Right, you can take it, right?
I got a law called exigent circumstance.
If we can find a way to to put a curb cut on our piece of the property and make it drivable at a reasonable grade, or get easement access there. There's also an old logging road through the property, which would make it significantly easier to put in that access point there.
Mm-hmm. I like the idea of it not near the school.
Yeah, from a safety perspective, that would be the preferred option. Alternatively, we would likely have to restrict hours of public access just to time outside of
Makes
school.
sense. Yeah.
What do we think?
I mean, there are some development, there are some issues that would have to be reviewed by the, for this to move forward, the planning board would probably have to review a site plan, but in general, I think at a high level, it's a great concept.
Yeah.
I agree.
Especially with the education potential there.
I have
if
had
this were a public school, it would be exempt from our review, but since it's a private school,
It is a public school, actually.
Is it?
Yes, public charter.
Yeah, but I think it's different when the land is, the land ownership is different.
It could be. I don't know those nuances.
Right, it's not publicly owned land that would be exempt from zoning.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
I did sit down with Joseph also and go over some of this, so we've had input along the way. We did have a site plan that had conditional approval from the planning board a while ago. This would not be exactly the same. I would imagine bringing it back.
I remember that plan. It was a good plan. We were all supportive in concept.
So you do support I'm sorry, I missed what you just said.
Sorry, I said we were supportive of the original site plan that the school had submitted for school buildings there.
I'm sorry, okay.
The planning board was supportive
said
at
you
that
were.
time. That went beyond preliminary conceptual. That went to a site plan that was approved with conditions of approval.
I don't have a problem supporting this conceptually.
No, I don't either.
With the obvious caveat that anything finalized should be going through.
Yeah,
proper channels.
effectively all we're doing, if we are to vote for this, is effectively voting to put maybe me and Kevin's names on this letter and sign it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you comfortable with the letter, the way it's written?
I am.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kevin, do you have that in email form?
You can get it to me real quick. I probably might have it, but
I think you do, but I
One of us
could
might
send it
yeah, we can get that.
very quickly too.
Get that emailed out to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need a motion at all to?
I'll make a motion that we give Zach and Kevin the ability to sign the letter of support on our behalf.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And I'll get with you to sign it tomorrow. Just give me a shout when it's ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Last major item in the new old business, review request from Joe Shivel, Rumney, Town Administrator for the Town of Rumney to purchase a surplus SUV 2016 Ford Explorer from Plymouth Fire Department for $5,000.
So this is the old, the black inspector car that you've seen running around town. Since with Scott's leaving and me absorbing the EMD position, we have a surplus car. We've turned Scott's EMD car into our building inspector car because this one's a 2016 and we just have a surplus that we're going to send to town auction along with the red one that replaces Jesse's. Traditionally at town auction we get between $2,000 and $7,000 on the high end. With that being said, the town of Rumney is in need of a car for their fire department and they've expressed interest, so I told them to propose a letter to the board.
Do we know what the Kelly Blue Book value is?
Good old.
Turning, like I said, it's going to go to auction, so it would be between 2 and 7,000 traditionally is what we get.
They do those at the White Farm, Concord.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't, prices can be pretty low down there. It's all auction based.
Depends on who shows up that day.
Right?
That's it.
How generous they're feeling.
So I think 5,000 is a fair offer. That's what I told him to offer.
What's the mileage on it?
50,000 roughly.
Oh, jeez.
Lower than I would have expected.
10
10
years old. 2016?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the age alone can.
So, yeah.
Age in the salt.
And I thought it was a fair offer, but I told him I'd put it in front of the board because it saves us from having to get it to the White Farm and sit on it till the fall.
I mean, bird in the hand's worth two in the bush, in my opinion. You know.
Well, I'll make a
There's
motion.
usually one in May, but they usually have to have it before now, right? Yeah.
I'll make a motion to accept the offer from Rumney for the 2016 Ford Explorer from the Plymouth Fire Department for the amount of $5,000.
I'll second.
Do we have to grant somebody authority to sign something?
No, I'm able to sign titles right now.
Perfect. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Got anything in the signature file, Ann?
Please say no.
You.
Man.
I'm sorry.
Man.
Maybe we can skip committee reports. What do you think, guys?
I'm fine with that.
I'm good with that.
I already assumed that we were.
Oh,
Given that we've got at least, I don't know, at least an hour of
Oh,
talking
at
about
least.
town manager applications?
at least.
Gosh, I forgot about. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
That looms large over us.
And you want to be town manager?
Let's work right through these and these items to be
not a small
signed
pile.
here.
Let's go.
All right.
Do we have to have blue pens here?
I'm not I'm using a black pen,
Blue
and she's
pen.
just gonna like
The
it.
other one?
I have a blue.
Here, I got another one.
Had one.
You got a
Phil.
blue?
Blend
Right.
flash.
So the first one is a notice of intent to cut. This is for property on Bartlett Road. It's a 228 acreage lot with 50 acres to be cut.
Doing over there.
Lisa.
A lot of noise.
Oh, you brought dinner.
Dinner.
Yeah, apparently this was in the drawer. So with the blue pen.
I'm into
Ooh,
it.
those
Okay.
are hard.
This makes life a little bit
Already
better.
those.
It won't be hard for long. Just gotta commit to it.
Anybody else want a blue pen?
Colin, you want a piece of
have ordered
candy?
in for
Make Ann
pizza.
happy.
Sure. Yeah.
So the next item we have is a veteran's permanent application for property tax exemption. And according to the assessors, the veteran meets the qualifications for the veteran's tax credit. Just need the board to sign that. We have another permanent application for a veteran. Veteran meets qualifications.
$413.
The next item is a new veteran's tax credit. Veteran meets qualifications. Should probably tell them about this. The next one is the veteran's tax credit, which somebody is going from a regular tax credit to a service-connected total disability tax credit, and the veteran qualifies for the tax credit.
Not the veterans.
Yes, good thing. The next one is a property that an application where the taxpayer received the veteran's tax credit and the property now was transferred into a trust. Therefore, they still qualify, but we need to.
Oh, they still qualify, but
Yeah,
we
you still
make it in the
have-
name of the trust.
Right.
Okay.
Next item you're gonna have is an intent, this is a timber tax. This is from last year from Bartlett Road, I believe. The amount of the timber tax due, $6,510.32. It's a pretty large cut. Another one here, this is for property on. Alright, can't find the location. Anyways, this timber tax bill is for $2,030.37.
Thank you.
So, minor detail on this permit for application for property tax credit exemptions.
Yes.
The applicant is the surviving spouse, not the spouse, right?
If,
Because Paul's dead.
correct. But it also went into a trust. She now is the.
You know, this is like, this box should be checked, right? Can we fix it?
Well, is it?
I'll leave it alone.
No, I would leave it until Terry looks at it. You're signing the
Yeah, I'm just
concept
throwing it
behind
back at you. So I just wanted you to see what I was talking about on that front
Okay.
form.
Spouse, so you're questioning spouse versus surviving spouse?
Uh-huh. I mean, it's still, I think it's still eligible, I just.
Thank you.
Zach likes some.
Keep what you want.
Here,
No,
I'll
I'm
take
good.
it. Toss it down here.
You're right, Zach. Can you check surviving spouse? Right here it says spouse and just initial. And just remove it. So the next item we have is an excavation gravel tax. It's $500 for prior year. Laying in the dirt. Land use change tax. Yeah. We have a property at 138 Cummings Street. I'm sorry, Cummings Road.
I was gonna say there's no.
They are taking out 1.17 acres. The assessment for this land use change tax, $11,330.
They're taking it out of current use?
They are.
So they're paying 1,100?
1,100 or 11,000?
No, 11,000.
Yeah, this is 1,000.
11,000, the amount of
is
land
the property
coming.
value 110,000?
113, yep.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, land values are up.
Alright, so there's that one. There's two places to sign, please. There's another current use, land use change tax. This is for, does that say 100 Ledgeside Lane?
What are you asking?
100 Ledgeside Lane, 3.1 acres of land. Value of that 3.1 acre is $122,000, and the land use change tax is $12,200.
Thank you for including that.
Ted, toss me that last piece of candy. Unless you got tips on it.
Oh, boy.
Staying alive.
The
Yeah, I
next one
know.
that we have is a property tax bill administrative abatement, meaning it's being done in-house. This is for 258 Highland Street, owned by Lakes Region United Way, a charitable organization. For the 2025 tax year, the property was granted a charitable exemption, resulting in a 3% of the property remaining taxable. An abatement was processed in November after it was discovered that the exemption had not been properly applied in the tax system. However, it was since been determined that the abatement calculation did not account for the original payment already made by the property owner. As a result, the taxpayer's current statement reflects an outstanding balance of $1,047, which is incorrect. I respectfully, this is from the assessor, I respectfully recommend that the Board of Selectmen approve and sign the Additional abatement in the amount of $551 to correct the statement of account and accurately reflect the exemption granted for 2025. I think that's all I had. Can you imagine? That's all I had.
I missed one. Of course I did.
Oh, are you going that way?
Can I have my pen back?
Yes, you can. I appreciate you.
All right.
Okay. We are going to defer committee reports for 2 weeks. Any remaining public comments? All right, then we need a motion.
I'll make a motion to go into non-public in accordance to RSA 91-A:3, number 2, A, personnel, and D, real estate.
Can I also add reputation onto that, please?
And C, reputation.